Good morning. It's eDiscovery Day. It's a great day today. I hope everybody's having an incredible eDiscovery week. I know we all have so many things planned for today. Everybody's giving back to their legal community. Blue Star wanted to celebrate our legal community with giving back a day of free education. For those of you who don't know about Blue Star, we are a end-to-end eDiscovery company with data solutions, and we have clients all over the world. We are located in Chicago and have many locations all over the United States. So today I'm going to go over the schedule for today, and then we'll do some housekeeping, and then it'll be my honor to introduce our first speaker. So today we're going to have eDiscovery with Jeremy Schaper at 10 a.m., which is going to start in a few minutes. We'll speak for about 40 to 50 minutes, fielding your questions. I have some questions from people that are not able to attend today, but have been so kind enough to email me their questions. And then we'll take about a 10-minute break for everybody to go refresh themselves, get a cup of coffee. Then the second session will be Microsoft 365, eDiscovery with Sarah Thompson at 11 a.m. Same flow format. We'll field questions for you. In the Q&A box, if you look at the bottom or the top of your toolbar, you'll see the Q&A box. We invite you to ask all of your questions there. I will read them out to the speaker and they will answer them for you. So it'll be very interactive for you. Then we'll do the same thing. We'll shut down at about 40 after, 50 after, take a little break. Then our next session is going to be with Sarah Thompson again, Forensic Collections at 12 p.m. Same format. We'll field your questions in the Q&A box in the bottom or the top of your toolbar. And then take our little 10-minute siesta. Then we have an exciting different session that will be Relativity's fellows program. We have two recent graduates that we've taken on board at Blue Star, Paola Salazar and Brandon Smith. So Sarah will be hosting that session, and it's called Fresh Faces in eDiscovery, and they'll be talking about their journey in the fellows program. Then we will move on to paper services. Yes, Blue Star is one of the companies that still do it, and it's very high in demand. It's definitely the best thing to do is to get rid of all your space and paper and digitize that, and that we can help you with. And Michael Gantz will be speaking on that, fielding your questions as well. Then we have our last session, which will be artificial intelligence and document review with David Eyman at 3 p.m. All right, so I am going to turn it over to, I'm going to actually introduce Jeremy Schaper. Jeremy, welcome. Hello.
Good morning.
How are you? Good.
Great.
Excellent. Yeah. So I just want to give everybody a little rundown about how Jeremy is, who he is. Jeremy is our CTO and also co-partner at Blue Star. And a little bit about Jeremy is Jeremy has been, excuse me while I read my notes, but Jeremy has a decade of legal experience in industry software and instruction, consulting and experience. Jeremy has also consulted with legal professions at many AM top 100 law firms and corporations nationally. So how are you?
Good. It's actually been more than a decade now. We're going on.
That's true, because it's been like
2000 years. I guess I got to redo that bio.
2014, and I'm like thinking in my head too. I'm like, wait a minute, you started with Greg.
We founded Blue Star together. Greg Estes and I about 18 years ago now.
Yeah, 2000 was it 2004?
I can't remember.
I don't know. It feels like forever. I've only been with the company for 3 years. I'm Deirdre Sorego, by the way. So to me, it's all new territory. But so why don't we say hello to, we've got some people in the chat room now. So hello, everybody. We can start to take any questions if anybody has any questions on eDiscovery. Actually, you know what, Jeremy, why don't you just kind of break down eDiscovery a little bit? Many moving, or you know what, let's just pick one big pain point or challenge that you see a lot happening with clients.
Well, one of the questions that I saw in there starting, I mean, we definitely have to focus, because with eDiscovery, we could talk all day on the different aspects of it, and it's pretty broad, right? So I see questions regarding corporations here, and that's something that I would address for sure. How can corporations best prepare for litigation? And that was one of the questions that I see there, and that to me is very broad also, but you know, you might go and you've heard, hey, make sure you know where all your data is, make sure that you've got your policies in place. And then, you know, on top of it, one of the pain points that I see there is it becomes a burden for IT to get the data that you actually are being requested. So in most cases, 99.9% of the data that's requested out of the gate is email. And email in general is stored in many different platforms, but predominantly we're going to the cloud. And we've said that over and over, but some kind of hosted solution. One of the most predominant ones is Microsoft 365. We have assisted with collections on Microsoft Office or Office 365, Microsoft 365 on many occasions. And I know that Sarah's going to talk more about that. But we also adapt and work in Google Vault. But on top of it too, we look at archival systems. There's so many layers to where email can be stored. And going back to the burden on IT, and this is something that I've seen more and more, there's a delay there because IT, at least the person in charge of email or possibly getting that data, is someone that has other jobs, right? They're not designated.
They wear many hats. You hear that a lot. A lot of the stress from IT you hear is that they're constantly being pulled in every direction, taking on job descriptions that are not theirs. And it's falling on them to sort of figure it out. It's like, well, why don't you know about it? You're IT. Well, that's not my department. I wasn't trained in that. We'll figure it out, you know?
Yeah, and some are trained and know very well where all the data is, hopefully, you know, but the aspect of actually taking the time and running those collections internally can be burdensome because of the fact that, you know, it doesn't, that kind of job, actually getting that email or getting that data does not, you know, it isn't mission critical, right? So mission critical is stuff that they want to make sure the business is running. And now they're told, hey, you got to take time out of this list of things that you need to do to go do this collection. So something that I've seen, and we do, but I would recommend, is exploring some kind of relationship with an eDiscovery firm that can consult and know their internal workings. So what that does require, though, is to have a meeting, give some of that security level to a person to be able to get into their systems and run those things for them. What that means is, let's not do a knee jerk where now we need to do this and it needs to be done this week and we're going to train them now. That's usually what happens, by the way.
Right, they get in panic mode. You know, scramble.
But if you can build that time to find someone that can be that resource, so that when you do have some kind of request, you can say, hey, so-and-so, we need you to go pull this data for us. It does require some security level, right? I mean, you got to have some trust, and hopefully the person that you're working with is something that you've worked with and you do trust. But we value that security, and we're always, you know, very diligent on the fact that we do have access, but there's no abuse there. It's something that you have to understand. It's a privilege to get into their systems, and we definitely have to protect their systems.
Excellent. That's good. So, well, let's move on to okay, here's one from Mike M. Technology-wise, what tools do you recommend for eDiscovery review? Okay, Mike M, this is for you.
So there is a ton out there, right? And there's not a huge leap between them. It's comfort level, right? I think there's predominant ones. We all know Relativity. We all know Disco's making their moves and doing their thing. One that we've used in the past is Reveal, In Control. Actually, Reveal, they used to be In Control. All of them, and there's more. There's a ton, right? They're always coming out with new platforms. Most of them will have some straightforward review tools. We understand document review isn't going to be reinventing the wheel necessarily,
right?
But the add-ons, the technology add-ons, where you can do some analytics to reduce the number of, let's say, email threads that you need to review, or maybe some categorization, or even going further, which we've hosted or helped with on computer assisted learning, some kind of technology assisted review. Those kinds of things can be done. They're accepted, but they tend to be somewhat of a battle, and you really have to know what you're doing with the numbers there. You have to be able to report back with the correct information so that you can back the workings of that, right? So, we use multiple tools for review, and that's really where it stands. Our main review tool is Relativity.
Yeah.
And but we also use another tool called ESI Analyst.
Yeah.
And ESI Analyst is, and we'll probably get into this a little bit in this hour or this 40 minutes. The short message format, text messages, Slack, team chats, those kinds of things are not really, I call them a square peg in a round hole. They don't necessarily fit into Relativity. Now Relativity has its short message format. There's pluses and minuses there, but we found that ESI Analyst handles those separate messages better. And that's something we use, but we're flexible. We'll do either. But those are the tools that we use, and our experience in them has been good. I will say that if let's say you're a corporation and you have something internal, there's things like Zapproved, where they can manage their data there internally, and it isn't maybe as costly or robust of a review tool. We actually are on a case right now. I won't tell you the platform, but it's an internal platform. And is it the best case scenario? Not really, but it's the first level investigative review, and we're reviewing in that tool. So that's something to think about. If you have something internally, you can use that. Maybe at that first level, that first glance, and then promote whatever comes out of that tool into maybe a full-blown platform like Relativity or Disco or Reveal.
Now, with the whole trend of like social media, you've got so many platforms of social media that people are now using professionally and personally, like LinkedIn's a perfect example. What is there, and how is the best way to sort of preserve that data? How do you help somebody safeguard that? Like how?
Well, the problem you have is you do want to have policies in place as a corporation to say that you cannot use certain applications for business, right? But we work with the EEOC on many cases, and that's a little bit different because you've got complainants that will talk about the case on, let's say, Facebook or Instagram or whatever. And that becomes discoverable because of the fact that they're talking about a case, right? So this protection of, you can tell people not to use it, maybe some layer of protection for you as a corporation. But if it does it gets hard to keep the reins around things. As long as, like, for example, like a personal phone, I'm kind of jumping into that, but you can use the personal phone and you can start texting, and maybe it's comfortable. You start using it for business, and that's going to become discoverable down the road potentially. So you want to be cautious, even though it's your personal phone. If you're doing business on it, there's a chance you're going to have to provide that phone. But with social media, the collection tools are a little slim at times, right? And the reason why is, and most social media is not developing their tool to fit with eDiscovery platforms, collection tools. They're not calling up these, I'm not going to talk about the tools necessarily, although I can tell you there's Hanzo, there's X1, there's Page Vault, there's a bunch of these tools that are always trying to catch up, because Facebook's not calling them saying, hey, I'm changing the back end. Make sure you guys can plug into it.
I want to make sure we're compatible. So,
Right. So they're fighting an uphill battle. But the key is that there are tools that are defensible because they're the best that you could possibly use. The other aspect is a lot of these social media platforms have become compliant by just letting you download your data. So speaking to one of our clients, won't name them, but they are okay with, and the case that they're in, they're okay with taking Facebook's download your data and then parsing that somehow, some way, which is not the best. It's usually, we're talking about maybe JSON files, potentially just Excel files. LinkedIn is famous for mostly Excel files, just reports. that can be kind of folded into review, but you just want to keep in mind that this stuff may not be easily accessible. And sometimes the best way to get it is the only way. You know, like you can't get perfect on it necessarily, but just note that that stuff is definitely going to be a headache at times. So understanding possibly what to use instead. For example, a lot of corporations are using Teams where they can chat and do sharing within that. There's also Slack, which has become even, I mean, it's even more widely used.
Yeah.
And so we've worked with both, where we've had to pull data and put it into a reviewable platform so that they can review those messagings that are going back and forth. So
prevention.
A lot more to be said there, but it's definitely a changing.
It's forever changing. You know, it's like we have more and more platforms popping up and more different things, and people are sort of branching out and using all these things. And then people are working from home. So if a company doesn't have, like we have Chatter 365 at BlueStar, so we have an internal platform that we can use with each other. I don't know if other companies have something like that. So at least that data is, you know, preserved and concentrated there. But if you've got to pull from all these outside sources, so the best way really for a company is just putting a preservation policy in place, knowing where all of your data is.
Yeah, which is not an easy, not an easy thing.
Trying to centralize it with some sort of platform. Maybe, you know, they can't use this platform, they can't use that platform, because social media is just, it's a tangled web. It really
is. And the other thing is, I know there's another question here that kind of relates to this, is how can they minimize their eDiscovery spend? Kind of talked a little bit about that, you know, knowing, maybe having a preparation, like we said, to have of someone that assists them on their collection, that knows their systems already, you know, is trying to get educated because their systems change. So you kind of have to fight and call them and say, hey, what's changed? Because just in case we need to get in and get data, but also having that document retention, like you talked about. We talked about it, but the problem is corporations don't always have it in place. And on top of it, they don't follow it. So I recently did a Office 365 collection that each mailbox was over close to maybe 50 gig each. Wow. Right? So, you know, that seems like a lot, but that can get there quickly, right? So there's that idea of, and then we had to take all that data because and I'm sure Sarah will talk more about running terms in Office 365, but it isn't necessarily the best case to run complex search terms. You can run some maybe high-level search terms, but the complex terms are going to be run in a platform like Relativity or some kind of culling platform after you get it out of there. Right. So maybe minimizing what's there is important, so that what comes out of the system isn't going to be as voluminous. The thing you have to keep in mind, though, is, and I'm sure this is in everybody's mind, is what kind of business are you in? Is it financial? Is it healthcare? Or, you know, some other kind of business? Because there's parameters there on how long you're going to keep stuff. So
right. We have a question from Donna. Donna, I'm going to.
I'm not answering, Donna. I'm kidding.
Donna, I'm trying to unmute you. Ask to unmute. Yeah, I am. I'm unmuting you. Okay, Donna, do you want to unmute?
There she is.
Oh, here she is.
Hi. You're not going to answer me. No, I'm wondering kidding. What tool, what data forensic tool is missing in the market right now? Like what do you find consistently a problem when you're trying to collect data like that you would like to see improved or on the market to help you get your work done more in an easier way with forensics?
You know, that's a tough one. I mean, because we're dealing a lot more with phones, another way to, because inevitably, anytime you try to get a phone from somebody, they don't want to part with it.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of layers to that, and we kind of fight over it. And they're like, can't you just do it remotely? And there are some remote tools, but they're going to limit what you can get. So I guess those kinds of tools, being able to get into that data in a more efficient way, with less time away from the client. But the problem is they're getting larger and larger. So you've got terabyte phones now, and you've got all this data that's there, which does take time to get. So it's one of those things that I'm kind of struggling with regards to what would be the best solution there. I know that most people are. And then getting the data off of those phones in a usable, readable format that can be reviewed. I know there are short message formats, but my problem with any kind of text messaging is, one example I use is I've got a thread with my wife for 5 years. I don't delete the thread, right? But that thread is not the document. The document is the conversations within it, right? So a conversation, technically with a Celebrite, you can export text messages out in different, you can go maybe 2 weeks, 24 hours, those kinds of threads, but you have to guess, like, what do you think it is, right? So 24-hour thread is kind of where people go, because most people will complete a conversation within that time, or they're talking to each other within that time. My wife will say I don't answer her enough, so maybe it does spread over a few days. But ultimately, my point is that those are one of the things that I'm still struggling with, making those easier to review.
Excellent. Thank you, Donna. All right. So I've got another question here. What do you think is the biggest mistake that corporations make in terms of eDiscovery and litigation readiness? Thank you.
I don't want to point any fingers. I think the biggest mistake would be not having their arms around it and giving it up to maybe, say, outside counsel to manage. I'm not saying they don't do a great job, but sometimes it's difficult to do that and also manage the case. So there's this maybe relationship between an eDiscovery provider and outside counsel that can help minimize the spend as much as possible, right? Not just sending it out the door without knowing, what's going to happen with it without some kind of management, and getting a quote, understanding that quotes can change, but understanding what that cost is going to be down the road. Most people see that initial processing, whether it's through any kind of platform, as that big, oh my gosh, look at this cost. But the biggest cost, and I think we all know this, is the review side of it, those hours to take to review documents. So getting involved in maybe that aspect of it to understand the quantity of documents, and maybe even communicating about search terms. Search terms are still used. They're faulty, I know, but people still fall on them and use them, and many courts still stand by those. So helping to prepare would be to maybe running some preliminary search terms on the data sets before they go out the door, to see what's happening, to see what terms are maybe problematic, and to argue, hey, maybe we need to use some limiters on those terms.
Okay. And let's see, we've answered some of the questions already. Technology-wise, what tools do you recommend for eDiscovery review?
We already had that one.
That one we do. Did that. We have another one. Let's see, another question coming up. And there's a Zoom question.
Well, yeah, okay. So I think I see a Zoom question here with regards to how to handle and preserve that data. Again, that's something that with any of these, they have to be compliant. So what we do technically is whenever we've got a project where we've got to collect data from specific applications, we are going to work on researching what kind of eDiscovery capabilities they have, and whether we have to also apply any kind of tools that we have to pull that data. But going into it, that's something that should be investigated, right? So, with Teams, it's not pretty, but Teams will export out your chat messages into a PST file, right? Not the best thing to review, but it is compliant, and therefore you can get that data out. Now it's just a matter of making it reviewable, right? And we're talking about the messaging inside that application. In Zoom, that's something that you'd have to look into, where it's stored, where the data is stored, and how you can collect that data. A lot of times when you're recording sessions, they could be recorded to that computer, which you don't want to. So maybe it's a setting that you would allow only to be recorded up to like a network place or out into the
cloud. Yeah, it does have capability for cloud or your computer.
Right. So that's important to know, because if it's out on a computer, that's a little more difficult to go get. I try to help clients avoid getting individual laptops and desktops, right? Unless they're part of an investigation and we have to know some access, right? But if we're just talking about data, let's centralize that data. Let's get it off of laptops. Let's get it off of desktops, because you don't want to have to go and manage that, because that's also an additional spend, and a lot of times kind of a headache, because of the fact that you have to filter through the data on a laptop if they're allowed to store it there, because you don't know where necessarily all their data is stored. So you have to take a large swath at it and then do some search terms or whatever it might be to find the data, as opposed to relying on organization on someone's laptop.
So saving it to the cloud would be the easiest, because it's one central place to pull from. You don't have to go to all these branches to pull from like you would on a laptop or a desktop.
Right. Sometimes you can't avoid that. It just happens. There's loopholes and reasons that people do save to their individual desktops. But
especially when people are working from home, and let's say a company, because this new pivot that we've had to do because of the pandemic, a lot of companies weren't prepared for it. So, they couldn't bring their desktop home. So they're using their personal laptop, and then now you don't have any sort of policy or procedure.
Right. And and maybe you were trying to catch up with that and write a policy that revolves around not saving to your local computer. One of the things that we started was to create a VPN or some type of access to our system where they're in a virtual network as opposed to on their computer. So that way they're not necessarily saving stuff to their computer and working on that. But it is tough. It is tough when a lot of people are working from home to supply the equipment to them. Sure.
Everybody, it seems, that seems to be one of the challenges for everybody. Well, I believe we have answered all of the emailed questions. Does anybody in the chat room there's a lot of you in there. You don't have any questions. Come on, you've got challenges and pain points. I know you do. Don't be afraid. You'll be anonymous. I promise. All right. Nobody is ponying up questions. Come on, we're here.
And that's okay, because, one of the things that I did want to talk a little bit more about is really managing short message format. I know we've talked a lot about it, but it's just there and it's not going away, and it's growing and growing and growing. I don't have the numbers exactly, but Slack is just massive. We had a Slack case where we had to parse out the messages and find the individuals that they were indicating that they wanted, because there's IDs within Slack, and then find the groups that they were working in, because Slack has groups of people within your company. Maybe HR talks with just that group, and marketing talks together, and then maybe even just someone who's they're on some kind of project, they're talking within that. So there's so much that can go on in Slack, and making that reviewable is something that is difficult to do. Slack will let you download their data, and that's fine, but how do you then push that into something to use? Square peg and round hole is what I always say with text messages. And then how are you going to produce that data? Whether it's text messaging off the phone, whether it's the short message formats, having your arms around that before you produce is important, because both sides tend to be a little behind the times necessarily when it comes to production of this kind of data. Right. So if you can take the reins on that and say, this is how we're going to produce it, give them a sample, we can even provide samples of data that's innocuous, whatever, and say, this is what it's going to look like. If you have any problems, let us know, because that's important. I think with any kind of production, you're going to have parameters, but with text messaging, it's difficult to really have those parameters in place, because I feel like it's almost can be like wild, wild west, the way you get the data. We've seen Excel reports that come our way, that are just basically Excel, and you have to read through and piece the conversations together, because they're done in chronological order, right? So that's not necessarily the great way to review it, but there wasn't any upfront discussion. It just said, give us the text messages. Right. Well, problem there obviously is that if you don't clarify or determine how you want them produced, you're going to get them in a fashion that might not be usable. So something to think about there. And then on top of it, having a provider that can help you maybe date filter the messages coming in, if that's something to reduce the number of text messages coming out. Now, something that Celebrite does have, it has something called the Celebrite Reader that I have seen people share with their clients, so they can get in and dig in and look at the files, and that's fine. They don't have to have the software. They don't have to have Celebrite, but they'll have a collection tool where they've collected the text messages. They can send a report in that fashion. I wouldn't necessarily produce in that fashion, but people can look at it and determine maybe what's important. You have to be very cautious about that because it's not web-based. It's basically you drop it on your computer, you do your work. Yeah, it's very touchy when it comes to saving your work. So you want to be careful about maybe doing a lot of work within there, but just maybe investigation is what I would use that for. But the web-based aspect of it is a little more difficult with all these short message formats. So that's something that you want to be upfront on. For sure.
Okay. Well, does anybody have any more questions? Anybody? Bueller? No. All right. Okay, well, then it is now 8:32, so we'll have about a good 25-minute intermission before the next session starts. Well, Jeremy, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you for donating your time and your expertise and your incredible knowledge. Jeremy is one of the best in the business, and he's definitely worth working with. I like working with him, so.
Well, thank you.
Oh, wait, we have, oh, no, we're just getting awesome. Thank you in the chat. Thank you, guys. Now you all speak up. We don't want the accolades. We want the questions. We want to help you. Jeremy's got a wealth of knowledge, over 15, 18 years of experience. He's just a big brain of knowledge. So you are, it's true. You know,
no.
It's really great. People are missing out by not asking questions. But okay, so if anybody, we are going to be posting this on our website, clips of the sessions next week sometime. So if anybody does watch this and you do have questions for Jeremy, you can absolutely email me and then I can forward them to, oh, thank you, Cynthia. Cynthia, do you have any questions? She's saying very informative.
Don't put people on the spot.
I know. Hey, that's what you're here for. But if you want to send questions privately, obviously you don't want to do this, live on a session. You can always email me and I can forward them to Jeremy for you, and he would be more than happy to answer them for you. So do you want to say any last bits, any trends you're seeing, any sort of anything? Any last words?
No, except for that, everybody have a great weekend. Thank you for participating on a Friday, and have a great weekend. As I said, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeremy.
Yep.
Hello, we are back.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Happy eDiscovery Day.
eDiscovery Day. Woo! Happy Friday. Happy eDiscovery Day. I know it's been a really long week for everybody with all of the learning and webinars and events and in-person events. And so BlueStar decided to do a day of education. So I'm going to do the same spiel. I want to welcome everybody back. Welcome all you new people into the session. Let me go ahead and stop sharing my screen. There we go. Okay, so first I will do a little bit of housekeeping. So what we're going to do is I have some questions that you have emailed for Sarah for her to answer live today. And then if you guys see down in your toolbox, there's a question and answers box. Please ask away with your questions. That's what Sarah is here for. It is my pleasure to introduce Sarah Thompson. She is our Chief Product. I'm about to say your maiden name. Oopsie. Sarah Thompson, our Chief Product. Sarah Sims Thompson. She's our Chief Product Officer here at BlueStar. For those of you who don't know Sarah, Sarah's got about 20 years experience. She was just recently a little bit, 18, 19, 20. She started when she was just 5. And, and she was last year nominated for Relativity's Innovation Award for 2020. And she's one of the legal industry's foremost authorities on Microsoft Legal 365 and compliance and capabilities. And she's much, much more, which I will let her talk a little bit about herself for a minute. So Sarah.
Oh, well, my favorite subject.
Yes, your quick rundown of your experience, your
Right. I've been in litigation technology since the beginning of my career, and mainly on the software development side. I've helped develop products and led development teams for, iConnect, Concordance, litigation review tools, also legal hold tools like, we were always on this approved team for quite some time. We developed forensic collection tool, and we actually developed the very first integration into Microsoft 365, which is kind of what led me into, this great world of 365 eDiscovery, and really got to know it and get my hands dirty with it. So that's kind of a little bit about me. Right now, we are, I'm at BlueStar, and we are continuing with our kind of software and litigation technology development efforts. And, we're actually working on a new Microsoft 365 eDiscovery tool to kind of help out make eDiscovery in Microsoft more valuable, more innovative and intuitive. And I think, our goal is to make it really easy to use and informative and useful. And so we're going to be coming out with a new product that we're going to be kind of giving a sneak peek probably at Legal Tech or around that time, depending on the virus and, what's going to happen. We'll see if we're going to actually be there in person or not. And so, yeah, that's a little bit about me and why I'm here and talking about Microsoft 365.
Excellent, because Microsoft 365 seems to be a huge pain point for a ton of people.
Exactly, it really is, and
very frustrating tool for a lot.
So, well, I don't know. When you use it, it's not so frustrating. It's not a bad tool at all. It's just it's hard to get your questions answered. I think Microsoft is a very large organization, and the eDiscovery aspect of it is a kind of quite a small one. And so when you're looking to try to find answers, it can be quite overwhelming to kind of get to those right answers. And so that's really what we do. It took me, I experienced that frustration in developing products for 365, just trying to like figure out like, what is the answer here? What is, how is this done? But their product itself is pretty, great, actually. They were developed by eDiscovery industry experts. It was actually Microsoft, I don't know what the day was. I want to say at least 5 years ago, purchased or acquired Equivio technology, which is a really, well-known technology at the time and a really well-respected one, that was, doing some really great things with auto coding and processing data. Anyways, the industry experts from that team came over to Microsoft, which is why it really does have some teeth to it and some really great features and functionality that makes sense. It's because it really was developed by industry experts. So I think it's a great, I love that Microsoft has done this. I think that, we're going to see other vendors or software vendors, I guess, like Google and the like, doing the same, even though they have kind of done that same path. Right. But they, Microsoft is really, they've gone above and beyond, and they really have, because I think they've got the right team in place.
And it always helps to have the people that are having the problems actually solve the problems by creating software. They know firsthand the actual targeted areas, as where, developers who don't know the pain points, they don't know what to shoot for. They don't know, where to gravitate. People that are having problems are like, this is where we need to go. This is where we need to go. And that's where we need to go. Because
it's a really great point. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes the most sense to me. It's like in the restaurant industry, you want to hire somebody that's worked as a server or a bartender to consult to design your restaurant, because architects come in and designers come in and they don't know heights and this and that on how an actual person works. So it's the same element, just in a different, just a different arena of business. But,
it's funny you should say that, because, we do develop, lead a lot of development projects, and, some of the things that we really do is we kind of get into the heads of the users, and we really have to, think about what keeps them up at night, and analyze, what their problems are. And that's how you can come up with a solution. It's not like, oh, I've got a solution, and then try and find people that have that problem. That's just because, you never really will understand it. And that's why we really stuck in the legal technology kind of milieu, because it's what we know and it's what we understand very well. So and oftentimes we develop software because we are ourselves experiencing the problems that are, that need to be addressed. So yeah.
Like the old saying goes, if you want something done right, do it yourself. And you could actually apply that too. You want to get a solution-based software for what you're going through. Guess what? You've got to develop it. Or you could let Sarah.
Well, if you can, right?
Sarah is your legal technology psychologist, and consultant here at BlueStar's. So she'll listen as a psychologist to all your pain points and solve them for you and give you the tools of success.
Right.
Dr.
So yeah.
All right.
Let's get to it. Let's talk about 365.
All right. We'll talk about 365 a little bit, and then we will field that will inspire some questions. And I do have a bit of questions that people have emailed me that are not able to attend today. So I will let
Why don't we get started with that?
Okay, perfect. All right. I'm going to pick one here from Tori L. What's the difference between core eDiscovery and advanced eDiscovery?
Okay, great question, Tori. So Microsoft eDiscovery capabilities, they kind of come in two tiers, and it is core eDiscovery and advanced. And it really, access to these different features are defined by licensing. So depending on what types of licensing you either have access to one or both features. If you have access to advanced eDiscovery, you will have access to core. Okay, so it's kind of core, advanced. Makes sense. So the core eDiscovery is really what I think is most prevalent and what most people use today in corporations. And so what you can do with core eDiscovery is you can place legal holds on people. That is really the big benefit. So what that means is that when you preserve, let's say you've been notified that there's a pending litigation, or you feel that there's some kind of triggering event,
right.
Then you can actually go and you can place a legal hold on an individual in the company. So what that does is it allows you to say, okay, for John, so let's say John is the custodian, I want to preserve, you can preserve his email, you can preserve his Teams data, you can preserve his SharePoint, like everything that's created by John or shared with John in Microsoft 365's universe can be preserved. Now, there are some exceptions to that, which I can, get into, but that's kind of the minutia. But essentially, you can do that. And when you preserve that data, what happens is until you remove that hold, it will actually preserve that data. And so if he deletes it or modifies it, all those changes are tracked. So the evidence is preserved. So you're really fulfilling your preservation obligation as a corporation by doing this simple thing, by putting this person on legal hold. And there's a lot of great little, kind of ancillary features there. Like you can even put a date range on it, or, really kind of get granular about what you want to put on hold so you don't put everything.
Right.
So there's that. So that's kind of core eDiscovery allows you to not only preserve the data, but you can search and investigate it. So, I could say, okay, I'm going to place John on hold. And now I could actually go and do a few searches on his mailbox for maybe some keywords, or maybe look at some conversations between, certain individuals, if there's something that you're kind of, looking for. So you can do this kind of preliminary search and investigation, and you can even export and download the data. So a lot of corporations who have this should be using it. And if you're using 365, you really should have it,
right.
And know how to use it and what the functionality is, because it's there. And if you don't use it, you could be, penalized because of it. So I always say better safe than sorry. So anyway, so you can put those legal holds on. This is great because it's called preservation in place as opposed to preserving to collect. So there's no extra cost to you at all. And you don't need to download it. You can leave it there. You're not making an extra copy of that data, which would, increase risk. You don't have to pay a forensic collector to collect it or anything like that. So it's really kind of a nice feature. Now, the advanced eDiscovery gives a whole set of new features, which are really, pretty amazing. So this is where Equivio really kicks in. That's where you would have you could actually process the data. So that means you extract the text from, say, images or, non-searchable text. You can review the data. You can, perform a whole complete litigation review. So you could tag them as responsive, non-responsive, all this good stuff, create productions. Like it's a full-fledged review tool, like a Relativity, for instance.
Right. Kind of like one-stop shop. You got everything in one thing.
Exactly. And, you can import in other types of data, like say you have Slack data, or say you have, data in, Google. You could import other data into the platform to review as well. And then you could produce it, et cetera. So it really is a full-on platform. It also has the ability to send legal hold notifications and track them. So
Excellent.
even though you have legal holds in the Quarry Discovery, really what it is just the preserving of the data. It's not the notification portion, which is also necessary to fulfill your, preservation obligation. If you want to make sure your evidence is defensible, you want to make sure that you have, tracked your notifications to your custodians to inform them not to delete data, that kind of thing. Kind of like a Legal Hold Pro built into Microsoft, but that's only available with advanced eDiscovery. So those are the big differences, I think.
Excellent. Well, Tori, I hope that answered your question, because that was a great in-depth explanation of the differences and the benefits of the two.
Too much?
But no, I love it. It's great. It's education. This is what Blue Star wanted to do. We wanted to give back to our community. It takes a village, and everybody's, today's not the day to compete with one another. Today is the day to join in and say we all are experts. Everybody is a crucial part of the machine of this legal industry. Whoever you go with is whoever you go with. Whoever you feel comfortable with in dealing business, it's irrelevant. Today we're all just coming together to educate one another and to share our knowledge with one another. So the more the merrier is what I say. So we will move on to the next question. This is from C. Hobb. I hope I pronounced your name right. Jay, what is the minimum license you need to use Microsoft eDiscovery? I'm going to fix that. What is the minimum license you need for Microsoft eDiscovery?
Okay, so this is kind of a great follow-up question to what we were previously talking about with advanced and core. So basically, the way that licensing happens in Microsoft is you have 3 levels of licensing. You have mostly, okay, so there are nuances, but just to kind of be clear, it's like a 1, 2, and 3. So let's sometimes they're F1, E1, G1, G2, G3. It's E1, E3, E5. I messed you up. Let me start again. You have 3 levels: 1, 3, and 5. So the first level is 1, obviously, and it could be preceded by an F, a G, an E, and whatever. What does F mean? Frontline. What does E mean? Enterprise. What does G mean? Government. So on and so forth. Yeah. But in general, like when you're at 1 level license, it's your minimum level, and you're going to have access to web-based tools, so like Word, PowerPoint, Excel, but you won't have installed tools, right? But you can send emails, you can do your stuff, and it'll all be web-based, using your browser. Okay. Now, when you go up to level 3, you have the ability to download your applications, so you can actually install them on your computers, on your phones, that kind of thing. You also have the added ability to, I should mention that the first level you have limited amount of storage. So each user has a limited amount. I think it's 5 gigs. Okay. Yeah. So at level 3, you have unlimited storage. So each person, that employee that has an E3 can have as much email as they want. Great.
Yeah. That's very good.
But and Word documents and storage and all that other stuff. So, but level 3 is where you can actually put somebody on preservation holds, so legal holds, and it's where you can actually access the features and functionality of eDiscovery. So let's say I'm an admin and I want to put someone on legal hold, or I'm part of a legal team. I would need at least an E3 license to even log in to the Security and Compliance Center to access it. So Then you get to level 5. So if I have an E5 license, then I can also access advanced eDiscovery. Okay. So I want to say, okay, there's come 2 sides to it. One is like, can I access, I'm the legal team. I want to place a hold. I want to review data. I want to, send a legal hold notification. Those are, you need to have at least an E3 to be able to access Quarry Discovery and an E5 for advanced eDiscovery. But there's a second layer to it, which is a little problematic for Microsoft. And I am hoping that they're going to address it soon. So if I have an E3 license, I can place somebody on hold, but the person I'm putting on hold, their license matters. So they can have a level 1 with, unlimited storage. You can have an add-on license. They can have a level 3, or they can have a level 5, but I cannot put somebody on a hold that only has a level 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's because there's no unlimited storage. So when you're preserving someone's data, it's like all data they delete gets stored. So they only have that 5 gigs or so. So
which is nothing. 5 gigs people use up. I mean, that's nothing. That's like a day.
Yeah. So I mean, if people are on an E1, most of their employers are on an E1. I'd say instead of going up to an E3, if they're okay with just having the web apps, then go with E1 with an Exchange Online Plan 2, which will give you unlimited storage. Now, let's say everybody's on an E3. Nice. I can put anybody on hold. I can preserve their data. We're all good. I can search and investigate. Yay, good. Now let's say I have an E5 license in the legal team, and I actually want to promote, those people on hold. I want to promote their data into the review platform, which is, requires an E5. Well, it's not just me as a legal team admin that needs the actual E5, it's every single custodian. So now think about that. So it's very expensive and cost prohibitive to put everybody on an E5 that may need to be,
they've got to come up with something better than that, because that is really expensive.
Well, I mean, they have their reasons for doing so. They really do want to add value to the E5 license. It is, something, you understand why they want to do it, but, in this industry, this is not how we work.
Right.
When it comes to custodians. What generally people are doing, what we're seeing in the industry today, is that they're getting the E3 license, they're putting on their preservation holds. They may have an additional tool like, say, Legal Hold Pro to notify their custodians and track them. And then they may have another, and then when they actually need the data to review, they often export it out of Microsoft, and they'll import it into, say, a Relativity or something like that, another review platform. So it's unfortunate. And so I've encountered, literally only one corporation that uses the E5 capabilities. And I think it's great. I'm hoping that we can kind of figure out how to get around it in the future, because I really do believe that, not having to export your data out of Microsoft or of any platform that you're in, like not having to move that data, it's going to be really much more cost effective for the corporation.
Yeah.
But also
you're working smarter, not harder, and you're working, it's cheaper. In essence, in the long run, it's cheaper. I mean, that licensing will pay off. If you think about how many times you don't have to export that data over a year of all your cases, I mean, if people just kind of do the numbers, I would think that you would pay for that licensing threefold with your savings.
Well, maybe for certain custodians, right? So, when we talk to our clients, we say, okay, do you have any serial custodians? Maybe the CEO or, one of the exec suite is often involved in litigation, let's say, or a certain team or certain members of a team. Yeah, why don't we put them in an E5 so that we can kind of do some in-house review? You can invite outside counsel to do review in that platform as well. That's an option.
Oh, that's
but
nice.
On top of the problem of like, well, yeah, not all my custodians have E5. I could use it in this case. It's about training of the attorneys too. Like we don't want to be, only using a platform for review sometimes. because that becomes a very difficult, thing to do. We have training, we have, oh, there's new features now, we haven't used it in a year, how do I do this again? It's not a fun thing to do. And the attorneys are typically, are, your highest cost.
You want to do it. Yeah.
So there's got to be some way that I'm sure they're very aware of this. I mean, we are Microsoft partners, and I personally have discussed this with them many times. They've asked for our feedback and we give it, and they're trying to, figure out a way to address these situations.
But people should also understand that, you haven't used Microsoft in a year, and yes, there's new features, but there's people out there like Sarah at BlueStar that can train you and retrain you and consult with you on Office 365 and the new features. So it's not that intimidating. It seems like it's intimidating because it's yet another, thing you've got to like relearn or learn. And that seems to be a big issue in the legal field. There's a lot of higher ups are just, they're a little resistant to it, but there are solutions.
Well, attorneys' times, is very valuable.
Sure.
And so you do understand why, you can't just say, okay, just take an hour, because they've got a lot of things on their plates. And, everything, as people in the industry know, was due yesterday. And so, it's a very real problem. And it's really tough to get the time on the calendar to train new technology all the time for attorneys. So I think eventually this is something that people are going to be addressing. We'll figure it out. So, if I really, if you want me to look at my crystal ball, I would say eventually 360, I think eDiscovery in 365 is a real threat to other litigation review vendors personally, because it is the platform and that most people are using for business. And so as long as that remains true, which it's not only remained true, but grown in adoption in the past, especially since the pandemic, this is probably where it's going to end up going. So I say everybody, especially the new people in eDiscovery that are looking to kind of, make their way, get to know Microsoft 365 eDiscovery. It is so important, even if you're just, even if you're in-house and you're well established, you really need to know and keep on top of the features and functionality, because it's no longer acceptable not to use it if you have it. So that was a long answer, but I hope
that's good though. I hope he, I don't know if he's in our time zone, so he may be. That's probably why he emailed it. So we will be posting these sessions on our BlueStar website for everybody. So if you missed it, have no fear. You can always go back and watch it. And also, if you have any additional questions that you think of after the session, we'll put my email in the chat. And if Sarah would like her email, you could always email me the questions. I can email them to Sarah, or you can email them directly to Sarah. And when she has a minute, she'd be more than happy to answer them for you, and more in depth if you'd like.
Oh, hold on a second.
Oh, maybe she won't.
No, I will. No, please, I'd be happy to if anybody wants to email me directly. But I just saw a question from a friend of mine, John Randall.
Oh, hi, John.
Oh, you're coming to LA. What happened with that? 365 is cumbersome and buggy for many. That's true. I think for Microsoft to truly complete, they need to address these issues. Just my half a cent. Absolutely. I totally agree. It's not like it's the best product out there. There's no doubt. It is something that it does a pretty good job, but there's a lot of little gotchas. Often, I'll be consulting with a client and I'll get a call like, I try to, do this and I can't. And I'll have to say, well, have you tried turning it off and on again? The old thing, like rebooting your computer. Literally, you've got to close all your sessions, come back out. There's some little tricks. There's ways you need to put in certain names, or ways you need to search, things that are not necessarily intuitive. And the export feature is, it's better than it has been. And, we are improving. not we, I don't work for Microsoft. It is improving, but I mean, that's, one of the reasons that people use us to kind of manage their 365 environments. It is a little bit of a pain.
Yeah.
But I mean, the advantage is that you don't have to outsource it, outsource things like, oh, I'm going to collect or preserve when you may not necessarily need it. So you not only are you, and I wanted to make this point earlier, but I forgot to, when you're preserving data and not moving it, it really does reduce your risk. Like having less data out there, at a vendor or, downloaded and copied here and copied there. Once you get it out of your system, that your retention policy no longer applies. So let's say you have a 60-day, or let's be more realistic, 2-year retention policy. Well, that data ends up sitting in someone's laptop for 7 years. It is subject to discovery. So that's a risk. So I always, I like preserving in place a lot. So yeah, it is buggy. Exports are a pain, but exports also, depending on your license, the higher your license, so basically the more money you're giving Microsoft, the better the export features are going to be. They do throttle, and there's also some little tips and tricks. You've got to I can do everything I want to do in Chrome, like through searching and things like that. But if I want to actually export the data, I've got to go into Edge, not IE. That doesn't work. You can't even use Microsoft's own products in some of these instances. So here's the thing. When we look at Microsoft 365 and you log in and you see your Excel and your Outlook and your, all your different applications and your security and compliance, and you're like, oh, it's one platform. It's not actually one platform. It is literally hundreds of different products that have been sewn together with the same UI. So I have one front end and 100 back ends that are talking to each other with their different, APIs, which is a way that programs talk to each other. And so yeah, there's definitely work to be done. I think that we're just on the beginning of the mission. Developing a product for Microsoft's eDiscovery, and when I was approved, we developed Data Collect. Well, we have Data Collect Pro, which collected from Microsoft, which was not so challenging actually. But the challenge was the integration with the preservation in place. So when you place a legal hold in Legal Hold Pro and Zapru's Legal Hold Pro, it will actually you can get a connector to actually place the hold in Microsoft. That was very challenging because there were so many nuances, so many different ways that you had to, kind of maneuver programmatically. There wasn't a lot of alerting when there was a mistake. So, you put on a hold and then realize, oh, it actually isn't all, there was an error, So it's definitely got some things that needs to work on for sure. Thank you for your question, John, and I hope to see you soon next time I'm in Chicago.
All right. So anybody else in the chat room? I don't want to avoid you guys. Yeah, we've got some other questions. We can always get to the emails after. Okay. All right. So what do you do? Oh, so what do you recommend for data reduction for Microsoft Teams chat? And how about Skype, OneDrive data reduction for EDD? Good question.
Okay. So Teams and Skype, basically we had Skype, right? Yep. And Microsoft, and we all remember Skype, right? It was a video messaging and chat platform that we used to use many years ago. Well, that turned into, there still is Skype, but it's really Teams now. So that Skype is kind of embedded into Teams. It's kind of what I'm talking about with that multiple platform with the one UI. So Teams is, so let's start with that. What is Teams, right? Well, Teams isn't this little entity on its own. What it is it's sewed together the ability to collaborate with groups of different people on, I want to chat. So let's say I want to chat about a particular subject. So I have a project, so project A. So I'm going to have, my team members be on that, project with me. Well, we can chat, we can have calls, we can share documents, we can have little side chats about different aspects of the projects. We can, so you have like these really a lot of different aspects there. So what we're integrating here is Skype, email, so Outlook, OneDrive, and SharePoint. Okay, so there's different parts of the Microsoft universe that they've kind of sewn together there. So how do you use MS Teams chat data? There's a few different things you can do. Like some people, I think that Teams could be really cool in a lot of ways. Like it could solve some problems for corporations by, instead of saying, okay, use Slack or a different IM platform to communicate, or instead of text messaging, use Teams.
Right.
It would be really a great way to simplify their ESI landscape, because that way, when you preserve data, you're preserving the data with, one click in Microsoft's eDiscovery tool, instead of having to go like with a phone and text messages you have to collect to preserve, right? Which is really expensive and nobody likes getting their phone taken.
Yeah.
Nobody. So that's really not fun. So how do you reduce Teams data? I mean, it really does depend on, you have to filter it in the same ways you normally do. You have to, John Randall just left. You have to, some people don't like to actually preserve it. I don't think that's an option anymore. It used to be. Corporations were like, you know what, I'm just not going to preserve it. I don't like to preserve these types of things. Well, because chats are a different in nature, the data is completely different. It's much more personal. You'll say things when you're messaging somebody that you would probably not say in an email, right? So much more casual conversation.
Oh yeah.
I don't think you can, there's like one way to reduce the data. I think you have to preserve the data, but when you're actually doing a kind of an export of the data, you can do things like date range, things like that. We don't recommend doing, culling on anything like keyword, because it is not broad enough. So generally what we do is before, when we're culling data from Teams, we'll do a date range, export for all preserved data, and then we'll cull later with like a tool like, maybe Relativity or something else, so that you can actually go back to the well later and, find, data that might be related. I mean, that's really it. You can't force people to not chat. If you say you can use it, right, they're going to use it, right? Yeah. And so that's kind of, I hope that answered your question.
I think it did. Let's see, did they say anything? Oh, wait, we have more questions. Okay. Okay, that's the one we just, okay, some firms still use Skype. We talked about that. Excellent. Okay, we answered that question. All right, so now I will move to, because we have a little bit of time left. We're good on time. Let's go to, okay, this is from Joanne R. How do you access Microsoft's eDiscovery features?
Oh, that's an easy one.
Yeah.
So if you have the right licensing, which as we discussed was an E3 or above, or a 3 level or above. So if you're government, it would be G3. You would log into the Security Compliance Center. So, depending on the access that your admin has given you, it could be security.microsoft.com. It could be compliance.microsoft.com. You could also access it through, when you have when you're looking at Outlook, if you look at the top left-hand corner, you have, see all your apps. You could also pin it to your apps there and access it through there.
Oh, nice. Excellent. So I hope we answered that question for you, Joanne. Oh, I see we have another question in the chat room. Can you send a legal hold on M365? Okay, this person, they must have just signed in.
Yeah, you can, and that's with an E5 license. Again, I don't know how many people are using that. Many people are, either using a tool like I said, Legal Hold Pro. I mentioned that a lot because it is the most prevalent tool out there for legal hold tracking. But you could be using an Xterro, or you could be using an Excel spreadsheet some people use, depending on how litigious your corporation is.
Excel spreadsheets. Oh, that seems to be a lot of people use.
Well,
that.
they're cheap. Hey,
it's cheap and everybody knows how to use it. So everyone's like.
We actually developed a legal hold tracker spreadsheet for our clients that we provide at no charge, just because to make sure that they're fulfilling their corporate preservation obligations.
Yeah.
I mean, you have, obviously you need to send it out, but you have to resend, you have to track acknowledgements, right? So periodically track them, periodically resend, that kind of thing. So having a legal hold tracker is important and needs to be defensible as well. So we do actually provide that to our clients.
Okay, we have another chat room question. What feature is missing in Microsoft 365 that could help rush an internal investigation?
Well, actually, this is kind of something that we're working on right now internally. This is part of our development effort at the moment. I think, one of the things that's really overlooked in 365's functionality is that they don't preserve activity logs. So, and even when you're performing search and investigation, you're only searching, I can search keywords, I can search dates, I can look at emails, things like that, but you're not, typically, you're not going into the activity logs. And so what is that? What's an activity log? So in Microsoft and in pretty much every platform that you're going to find, you track like user logins, what they do, when they log in, what they download, this kind of thing. Like all the things that are done in a platform is tracked. Okay, so in Microsoft, the activity logs. Some logs are kept for 90 days. Some are kept for a year. Just recently, you were able to put a retention policy on activity logs. I find with internal investigations, that's where your nuggets are. That's where your gold is. You're going to find your needles there. Was there theft? When people leave, did they steal any data? That's all in your activity logs. I can see, even to the file, what, Jack, when Jack left on this date, he did a huge data dump and copied this file. He shared this file. He put this outside of the organization. And we look at this and we're like, sometimes we don't even know the exact, we're like, okay, we know there's a responsive period between, January and August. That's a long time. That's a lot of data. So with the activity logs, you see, oh, this is Jack's day to steal data. It was June 1st, because he did all this data done. It really helps you out because then, the next step in the investigation is, that June 1st or thereabouts, that's when they were really in the mode to work on this. This theft, if you will. And so then you can start going into their emails for that date and into their, seeing what happened, who did they talk to? Maybe you can discover additional custodians, additional like keywords and things like that you weren't aware of. I think it's a really, really important tool that doesn't get enough attention and isn't currently integrated into the process or the preservation features in Microsoft.
Excellent. I think we have time for, let's see. I have another chat room question here. Does Legal Hold Pro or Xterro integrate fully with Microsoft 365? If not, do you think it is something that is possible in the future with the rise of API integration in eDiscovery?
Legal Hold Pro, I actually created that integration, and yeah, it does. That was my little baby. It was called Cloud Preserve. And that was the very first integration with Microsoft's eDiscovery platform. And like I said, it was tough. The API does not. And so an API is, for those who aren't computer nerds, that's just basically a way for programs to talk to each other. The eDiscovery API only is applicable to people that have E5 licenses. Okay, so which is not most people. The eDiscovery API does not work with placing these legal holds. So we had to utilize PowerShell scripts instead. And so, yeah, you can programmatically do it. And I believe Xterro came out with an integration a few years ago as well. So I don't think that it's the only one, but we're still not where we should be at because the API is not working. Like if the API was available for people that use E3 licenses, you know, we would see it integrated into, you know, almost every eDiscovery legal technology out there. I've talked to many, you know, legal tech vendors, you know, and I'm like, why, you know, you should put this in. It's like, oh, the API though. And yeah, PowerShell is buggy and it's, you know, doesn't do all the great things you want it to do, but you can get the job done.
That's the end goal, is getting the job done. We have time for, let's see, one more question here. Okay, AI and M365. Does M365 have advanced analytic AI capabilities?
It has some analytics, and yeah, it does say that it has some AI capabilities. I would need to know specifically what it is that, you know, we're looking for. You know, what it does, it has things like advanced threat protection, and you know, there's this new insider threat management, things like that, where it's trying to learn from behaviors. But I wouldn't really, I would call it more analytics than AI. And these are kind of, again, only available with E5. And so not a lot of people are using them. I think that we need to make it a little bit more accessible to E3 users. You know, what does the insider threat management do? It does things like alert you when people are doing a large data dump, things like that. It does things when people are sending a lot of data outside of organizations, things like that. So there's some really cool features and functionality, which kind of go more outside of the eDiscovery realm and into the security.
A lot of people are doing that. You'd be surprised. You think, like, when you hear about it, right, as somebody listening to you, you're like, that makes so much sense. Why would somebody steal data? Why would you be so, you know, like obvious and just download it or copy it? Like, don't you think in your head, like, they're going to find this out? Yeah, the average person would think that, but you'd be surprised. There's a ton of people that either think it and don't care or don't know it, and they're doing this. And it's mind blowing because it's just like, how do you think you're going to get caught? They're going to see a copy that you took these files, you made a copy of these files to your thumb drive. You're like,
not everybody understands that.
I know, that's just what's fascinating to me, is there's people that do it because we have cases, you know, I mean, and other vendors are like, yeah, so do we. It's just mind blowing.
No, well,
stealing trade secrets, you're going to get caught. Take a screenshot of it, or I don't know, something, but just make sure it's on a burner phone. You know what I mean? Don't use your own personal device because we'll collect it.
Yeah, we were just kind of looking at something last week where, you know, the average thief isn't that necessarily, you know, schooled.
Yeah,
well, you know, the great,
not that common, as they say.
Yeah, so, you know, if you go and look at, you know, we were looking at this matter, and I said, you know, this is this guy. He kind of is trying to cover his tracks, you know, you can see that.
Yeah.
And they go, well, yeah, you know, they were taking, you know, photos, you know, of the screens instead of actually downloading it. I'm like, that's great. You go, yeah, but then they texted it to each other on their.
Oh, no. That's
like, yeah, well, you know, there's always, I think that, you know, this is just, you know, man, be cool. Like,
don't steal. Okay, just save yourself the investigation, and you know, and just don't steal the trade secrets, or write it down with good old-fashioned pencil and paper. If you're gonna do it.
And you know, and John, just, you know, we had a comment here in the chat. You know, a lot of people don't know, including IT, exactly the features and functionalities of these platforms. They're just not up to snuff. I mean, look at a small organization. We're not talking about, you know, we having somebody from MIT that is running their IT. They're not always, and they have a lot to do, right? So you may have one or two people that are managing IT, and they've got to manage, like, not only just, you know, eDiscovery is the last thing they're thinking about. You know, like the main business purpose is not for people to be litigation ready. It is to do their business, whatever that may be. So you can understand that. And I think education like this is why it's so important to know. And I always say to people, you want to avoid people from stealing data or from like not being compliant with your employee policy, educate them. Yeah. If you don't want people to, if you don't want to deal with sexual harassment with text messages and collecting phones, well, why don't you tell them about how the fact that you're going to take their phone for a week and then they're going to see all their personal text messages. How about you don't do that?
And pictures, because, you know, photos are a big thing. I mean, look at how many politicians and big, you know, public figures that we've, you know, seen over the years go to prison for with, you know, child pornography and just sexual harassment of taking pictures of inappropriate things and sending it to their, you know, colleagues.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know.
I see one more question here that I do want to answer. Sure. Does Microsoft 365 monitor employees for proactive compliance? So yes, this is really cool. You can set up your Microsoft 365 environment. Let's say, for instance, that you are subject to GDPR. That's just the European Data Privacy Act. There's certain data that can't be shared, you know, like social security numbers or, you know, any kind of personal identifiable information. So if I go into Microsoft, I can actually pick from different regulations, like DFS for New York, that's New York's financial securities, that kind of thing. And I can say, okay, I'm subject to all these like 6, 7 different, you know, regulations. And then it can automatically, like what they call, they're putting these labels on them, okay? Which basically say, okay, I'm scanning these documents and I see that this is a social security number. If it can block it from being shared outside the organization. So it automatically applies these kind of like policies that secure your data, which is really great. And you can really tweak those to customize it to how you want. But for like the, you know, for a small IT organization, you could just like, you know, put it on, you know, and it takes care of a lot of things that, you know, you need to comply with. And not only that, it'll alert you. You'll get an alert, or the IT, whomever's set up for it, to say, hey, you know, this person is trying to send data like that has PII in it or something like that. And it'll tell you who and what, and you can go kind of investigate further. So it's a really great, there's a lot of really great functionality there as well. Really thanks for that question.
Yeah, that's a lot of prevention. That's excellent. All right, well, does anybody have one little quick answer left for you before we go on our little 10-minute break? Sarah is up next at, what time is it now? It's 9:50, 10 o'clock Pacific, or yeah, we're Pacific, 12 o'clock or noon Central. She'll be forensic collections. So, all right. Well, thank you, Sarah. It was very, very informative. I really hope everybody got a lot of their questions answered. I really hope that Sarah was able to educate you guys. And if you have any questions, please, you can email Sarah and I will put her, do you want, Sarah, your email or LinkedIn? How would you like me to?
Put up my LinkedIn and email, that's fine. I'm happy to answer any questions. And I really hope people found this informative. I think education is the key to kind of making, you know, companies more secure. And we're here to help. So please contact me if you have any questions.
Absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much. All right, welcome back. I had to intro Sarah with a little Daryl Hall, John Oates. Sarah smiles. I wanted to do that for Jeremy. I was going to do Jeremiah. Well, he's Jeremiah, not Jeremy, but Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Okay.
Happy eDiscovery Day.
Welcome back to eDiscovery Day. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope you all are not burnt out from all of the webinars, events, education from this past week and today. I am Deirdre Sorego. I'm Client Engagement Specialist at BlueStar. I keep forgetting to introduce myself. I am here with Sarah Thompson. She is our CPO at BlueStar. I will let Sarah introduce herself a little bit, but I do want to say that she was nominated last year for Relativity's Innovation Award for 2020, and she is our legal industry's foremost authority on Microsoft 365 legal and compliance capabilities. A little bit about BlueStar. BlueStar is an end-to-end eDiscovery and data solutions company with clients globally. We are www.bluestarcs.com. All of these sessions are being recorded, so we invite you to go to the Q&A, and I see we've already got a question. Awesome. Please put your questions in the Q&A box. Sarah and I will read them. I do have emails too of questions that people that are not able to attend that we will be answering today. And then also these are being recorded, so we will be posting these up on BlueStar's website, and that'll be released next week. You'll get an email and it'll be on social media. So if you miss any of these, you can always go back to it, and it'll also be on BlueStar's YouTube channel, as are all of our webinars as well. So without further ado, I welcome Sarah Thompson talking about forensic collections. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So I wanted to start off with, kind of saying why I should be talking about forensic collections and what my experience is with it. My background is in software development for legal tech, and I spent 6 years developing a product called eCloud Collect, and then it was acquired by Zapproved, and it was renamed Data Collect Pro, which actually performed forensically sound collections of computers, servers, and emails, such as any webmail, as well as cloud sources like Microsoft 365, Google Docs, that kind of thing. And so even though I'm not coming from the forensics world, I basically learned everything about it. And since then, since coming back to BlueStar, we actually have performed a lot of different types of collection, whether it be phones or SQL databases, like weird sources, things like that, Slack, that kind of thing. So this is something that we do on a daily basis, and so that's what where I'm coming from and why I'm talking about it. So
all right, because collections is key, as we say. All right,
you gotta do it.
Exactly, you got to do it. So we'll start with, we were getting hit with questions. Excellent, keep them coming, guys. We love this. Okay, so the first one that came in was what is the easiest social media data to collect? What is the most difficult and why?
That there's an easy social media platform to collect from. I guess it depends on how with the tools that you have at your disposal. So, there's different collection tools to collect from social media. You have X1, which is something that is commonly used for social media. It's a really difficult thing to collect from social media in general, because, the nature of it is, depends on kind of a context, right? So, a conversation for social media, you have a post, but there can be follow-up posts. There's comments on replies to the post. There's certain time periods that may be relevant, that kind of thing. Right. So I can't, it's a really difficult question to answer. Social media is hard to collect from, period. Okay. I would say.
All right, I think this is more of a comment than a question. I don't care what other attorneys say, that review is the most important part of the EDRM life cycle. For myself, it is the collection piece. If that is done wrong, it leads to a domino effect of extreme badness. My hot take for the day.
I think you're absolutely right. That was my friend John Randall. I haven't talked to you so much since in years. So not only collection, if collection is done correctly, your evidence is out the window. But even before that is preservation. If you don't preserve, the data is often not there. And if you don't preserve, and the data needs to be there, which it often does, then that means that you're not fulfilling your corporate preservation obligation, which means that you can, not only could there be sanctions, but adverse inference could apply if it ever does come to that, if it does come to litigation, which means that, the data's not there, then it must have been because it was damaging to you. So I completely agree. We have many, clients come to us and they're like, okay, I need you to collect from this platform. And we go into the platform and the data's not there. I'm like, well, at this point, when did the triggering event occur? A year ago. Well, you should have contacted us a year ago, because right now, we can't go, we don't have a time machine, unfortunately. If I did, I would probably wouldn't be here today.
I was just going to say, if we had time machines, I don't think anyone would be in the chat room. I wouldn't be here. I can be honest about that. Sarah wouldn't. And I don't think anybody watching this in the future. Nope. I'm in Tuscany in a big, beautiful villa, just painting and drinking wine in my vineyard. But
yeah, and I'm sitting beside you.
Sarah, where chefs are coming and we're cooking. Anybody that's watching Time Machine, meet us over there. It's right after this. No, but free education and being a part of our legal community and helping each other out. This is a beautiful day today. So, but after today, I'll take the Time Machine. Okay, so let's go. So why is it so hard to collect from a Mac? Why are Macs always the thorn in everybody's side?
Well, I don't know that it's hard to collect from a Mac necessarily. I mean, I'm a software developer. That's my background. And I've actually developed a tool to collect from Macs remotely. And it wasn't incredibly difficult, to be honest with you. It took maybe 3 months to take our PC collection tool, so our Windows collection tool, and convert it into a Mac collection tool. The problem with Macs is that, in my opinion, is that, historically, the types of computers used in corporations for like business use are PCs. And so therefore, why put the time and expense into creating a Mac collection tool when no one's going to use it? I mean, so from a legal technology vendor perspective, there's just the need isn't great enough. I think that's changing. You're seeing more and more companies, using Macs. So I think that you're going to end up seeing, Macs were designed for creativity originally. I mean, they're really the platform for creators. Yeah. That's changing a little bit as we're kind of merging those two worlds. PCs kind of like, the boring, you're going to do your work, and then Macs like, oh, I'm going to, create some art or,
exactly.
Whatever. So that probably will change. We actually created that great Mac collection tool. It worked fabulously, and then we sunset it because no one bought it. So there you go.
See, now I used to work in entertainment before coming to legal, and that's all we used were Macs for script writing, for everything, graphic design, editing. I mean, I'm working on a Mac right now. And, so yeah, and I'm petrified if I ever have to go to a Windows. I'm like, oh. I've been using a Mac for 20 years. So
yeah, our CEO says the same thing. He's always threatening to buy me a Mac, and
Sarah hates a Mac.
I can't do it. I'm too old to change.
Fire a Mac, Greg. Greg uses a Mac, but okay. So John Randall, I loved your comments. So I would have bought the Mac collection tool. Oh,
well, maybe we'll create another one.
Exactly. All right. So here is another chat room question. Can you get data from oh my God, why can't I pronounce that? From messages. What is that word? I hate
ephemeral. Ephemeral.
Oh, it's a tough one. Sorry, kids. I don't know that.
So for messaging apps, like
WhatsApp. Okay. All right.
So I think that getting data from WhatsApp, yeah, you can. Again, so let's talk about this messaging, these it's IM, this messaging groups, things like that. The same kind of issue applies as it applies to text messages or Teams data, that kind of thing. If you're going to collect email, right, you can see threads of conversations, right? You can see like, okay, John sent me a message, I sent one back, we then forwarded to this person that, and then you can thread it. And it's kind of like encapsulated, okay, that's the conversation. Well, how does a conversation begin and end with text messaging? How can I say, so Deirdre, I send you a text message and say, you know, hey, you going to the party tonight? And I could have sent it to you at 9 a.m. You may reply to me the next day and say, oh, I never went to that party. And then you could start in the same message, another conversation on a different topic.
Right.
So when does a conversation begin and end in text messaging? Because when you go to your text messages, it's all every text message you've ever seen. So if you're say, collect the text messages between Sarah and Deirdre, you're gonna have a lot of different topics of conversation. And so that's the problem with all messaging apps, is that they're not, even though like in some apps like Teams, even in WhatsApp, we have a messaging app called Chatter 365. You can create topic-based groups. People do go off topic. So it's really a difficult thing to do. So if you have a relevant date range, you can apply a relevant date range. But you can't do things like keyword searching, because let's say I do a keyword search on your phone and your text messages for like, oh, I'm looking for, you know, banana. Well, a lot of text messages will come up, but only the one that actually mentions the keyword, right?
Yeah.
Really what you want is a context around the keyword. And it often takes a human to define where does a conversation begin and end. So it takes eyes on the actual prize. Now, there are tools like ESI Analysts, which, you know, are trying to address this issue and are doing a pretty good job. So I think that, you know, you have to cast a broad net. You have to apply like different type of maybe new technologies like ESI Analyst, for instance. And you have an additional issue when it comes to messaging, which is how do you display it? You know, so you can't just have, you know, say if you look at the Teams collection, every message is one email, not a thread. So send an email. Hi, how are you? Then you send me back. It's a completely different, separate email and not in the same thread. I'm fine. So you have to say, well, I want to see it like it was. So you have to get these, like, there's these new technologies coming out. They're trying to deal with this. And again, ESI Analyst is a great example of that. Show you in the way that you would expect to see it. Text messaging or IMs, things like that. You also have some great functionality in a tool called Celebrate for if you're doing a phone collection. So Celebrate is a forensic software that is used to collect cell phone data, which can actually be utilized somewhat in review in order to see the text messages as they were intended to be seen. So I think that would be, I think that's enough said on that.
I like ESI because the landscape of it, when it produces the results, it's so readable, and it's just so, it's really interesting when you look at the landscape map of all the data sources and how they have it organized and how it tells. It's like a storyboard in entertainment. That's honestly what it is. It's the legal person's storyboard, like a storyboard. It's the same thing. It's really a great tool. Somebody is asking, can you tell me a cautionary tale?
Well, man, there's so many cautionary tales. We had a case not too long ago that I was working on, and it was from a strange data source, and there was an incident that happened almost a year ago, and they were worried that the data, that if there was any additional data in their system, that it would have been deleted via this retention policy that was a 1-year retention policy. Well, as it comes to it, like the data just didn't end up being there at all. And so, unfortunately, when the initial incident occurred, they'd had an employee collect data from the system, so it was an accident, right? So they collected some data about this accident from the system. Now, they didn't produce it at the time. They didn't provide it to opposing counsel. It was done by an employee at the company. They had no policy or procedure in regards to how they produce it. Okay. So come a year later, they like, hey, Sarah, do a forensic collection of, this data. And I'm like, well, it's not there. So I can't help you. Now, here's what's going to happen. Opposing counsel is saying that, why is the data not there? And you now have to prove, that you have followed, that when you initially collected the data, you followed a certain procedure that you do every single time an accident occurs. So if you don't have proof that this is what you did, then adverse inference will apply. It'll mean like, well, I can't prove that you didn't delete that data on purpose. Maybe
Right.
there was something wrong. Maybe you had proof and you didn't collect it on purpose because you knew retention would delete the data after a certain period of time, and that's why you waited. So, you cannot, you can't go back in time. Again, it's the time machine issue. So we talked earlier in my last session about Microsoft 365 about the importance of preserving. If you can preserve in place, look at your ESI landscape, know where your data resides, create that litigation readiness plan so that when an employee leaves, when a triggering event occurs, here are the steps I take to preserve this data. If you can preserve in place, that's awesome. If you can't, you have to collect to preserve, or maybe you should be looking at different tools to do so. So have a plan, know what to do when it occurs, and do it. You have to consider all options, all data sources, all employees, and you also have to consider all of your retention policies. So it's a pretty big endeavor. It really means bringing two teams to the table that aren't always on the same page, and that is legal and IT.
Yep. Sibling rivalries.
They speak different languages, actually. We are often consider ourselves to be translators. We speak IT and we speak legal, and that's what we do. And it's a pretty, some people might think, well, that's what's so great about that. It's a pretty important thing to do for a lot of people.
A big crucial connector, between the two departments, and you need that. If you don't connect, you're going to misfire. So I'm going to field some of the email questions so those individuals are heard. So this one is from Tony P. What is the difference between collection and preservation? I guess we could.
So, well, collection is when you actually physically kind of export the data out of the system. So I might be, taking data off of a computer, or maybe taking email out of a email account, and then I'm going to have it on a separate store. So I'll have it outside of that, so it was in Google, now it's on my computer, right? That's collection, right? And preservation is making sure that data doesn't get deleted and is preserved, meaning if I want to go back and get it, I know that the date that I preserved it, this is how it was. And sometimes you can preserve in place, like we're talking about Microsoft 365, you have the ability to do so. If someone is on preservation hold or legal hold in Microsoft 365 and they delete a document, unbeknownst to them, that data is not deleted. If they modify a document, it's tracked. So all of the, from the time you place that preservation hold, moving to the time you remove it, you've got everything you need. Now, if you don't have the ability to preserve in place, which many platforms do not, you need to collect to preserve, meaning I'm going to get the data in a forensically sound manner, and I'm going to keep it until I need it. So it's there when I need it. So that's the difference between collection and preservation. Both are extremely important.
Agreed. Okay, let me move around this and see. Okay, this one's interesting. Okay, this is coming from Jose J. What is a forensic investigator? No, I'm sorry. Why is a forensic investigator necessary to collect data for litigation? Why can't IT collect the data?
Well, IT can collect the data. There was an amendment in 2017 to the Federal Rules of Evidence, 902.14 and Section 14. And basically what it said is that, you can have a qualified person collect the data, and that the data should be self-authenticating, meaning that, as much as you can, you need to be able to prove that it wasn't tampered with and that it was collected in a way that didn't change or modify any of the metadata. So what does that mean? A qualified person, let's start with that. How are you qualified to forensically collect data if you're in IT? Yeah, maybe, but you need to be trained on how to preserve metadata, how to make sure that the document isn't modified in any way. So training is required. Now, are there specific courses you need to take or things like that? No, not necessarily. It's not like written out in the regulation about, here's what you have to take. It's basically like, take me for instance. Why am I qualified to collect data? Well, I've been in the legal technology industry for many years. I've developed data collection and forensic software. I've performed X many collections. I've got these certifications, etc. So that makes me qualified. So it's really kind of something that could be challenged, but typically isn't. The best thing to do is to have it self-authenticating, meaning you can't challenge that this has not been modified, and the best way to do that is to hash those files. And so a hash is essentially, that's a word you hear a lot when we're talking about forensics. It's basically saying, okay, you take a file in its original state, and you apply this kind of like computer algorithm to it that develops this, kind of alphanumeric code. It's kind of a fingerprint of a document. Okay, so there's the MD5 hash, there's SHA-1, there's different types of hashing that you can do on these files. But if it hasn't been modified, meaning no one's like put any modify the data in it whatsoever, and every time I hash that file, it'll have the same value. So that's the fingerprint. And so really you should be, when you're collecting data, you should be hashing those files in place, and then, providing that hash and tracking it along with the evidence.
Okay. And then let's do.
I do want to say though, a forensic investigator, I would say, would be required when you're performing things like a real forensic investigation. Like, for instance, you have a computer and it's been wiped, and you have to go into deleted data in the slack space of the actual hard drive. You're going to want to look for that. Or if you're looking into, things like, and then usually those are more criminal cases, but it certainly can happen for really kind of high profile corporate litigation, and does happen a lot.
Okay. Let me cross these off so I know what I've missed. Okay, this one's a fun one. Are there any collection tools that you would recommend for corporations to save money and expend on expensive forensic experts? Because we all know money is a big issue with corporations and lawyers.
Right. This is the thing about when you're collecting in-house. You have to have a qualified individual that's going to be kind of, knows what they're doing and knows why they're doing it. So you can invest in technology, and you can invest in training, and you can have that person in-house. So that would really depend on how litigious your corporation is, right? It may not be worth it. It may be better just to hire someone when you need it. I think the best thing to do is to utilize the tools you have on hand, like 365, use the eDiscovery capabilities to preserve in place. If you have Google, use Google Vault, things like that. So utilize your preservation. And so that you can always go back to the well if you need to, because you can export data from Google Vault, you can export data from 365 yourselves. But if we ever need to go back and really perform a forensic export, or you need a third party to do it, the data would be there to do it again. And then you can provide those hashes. If you are a litigious company, there's always, the kind of gold standard would be a guidance in case, right? So that's a very kind of, that's an enterprise tool that is expensive, complicated, but definitely defensible, really great piece of software. It's kind of bulletproof. It'll get you to do, you can do really anything you want for it, but don't really see a lot of corporations investing in this because they don't have that kind of litigation profile. I mean, they're not, that's the core business is not eDiscovery. Their core, or forensic investigations, their core business is to, sell cell phones or whatever it might be. Now, the second part of it is that you have to remember that whomever is collecting the data may also be called to testify to defend it. Okay, so do you want to be testifying about your own collection, That's the problem with self-collection. If you are the custodian of the data and you're the person that, is party to this litigation and you're collecting your own data, well, you can see why, it just takes common sense to see why there's problems with that. You have a vested interest to perhaps not produce data that shows you in a negative light, so I mean, obviously,
smoking gun that's gonna, in essence, possibly hold me liable or put me in jail. So,
right. So having that third party, this third party, they have no reason to, be party to some kind of
neutral. It's a neutral ground, a neutral person that really has no ulterior motive, to get rid of have any nefarious behavior.
Not just that. I mean, you called to the stand, you'd rather have me or, our CTO, Jeremy Schaper, on the stand, who's done this before, whose, qualifications are going to be airtight, than, having Bob from IT, who may not know anything about eDiscovery and, opposing might, really tear him apart. So it depends on the nature of litigation, depends on the nature of your business, the level of litigation you're involved with, that kind of thing. But other than a case, I do want to actually mention one other one.
Okay.
PG Pinpoint. They were the creators of PG Pinpoint. They have a great tool called Harvester. We use it.
Harvester kit. Sorry.
Yeah, you can use a Harvester kit. Yeah. You can do remote collection with it, but they also have a great enterprise tool that can kind of cull the network and collect data from computers and servers and things like that, even from the cloud. I think it's a great tool. I think it's much more easy to use. Like little teams can use it. I think it's definitely IT can use it. It was created by the developers of Law, which pre-discovery, which many people know from, for processing data. It was one of the best tools out there at a certain point in time. So the creators of Law did actually create this PG Pinpoint tool. So it's a really great tool. I would definitely recommend checking that out if you're in the market.
John also says Harvester is great. Bob from IT should use it. So Bob, if you watch this, you need to use it and you need to buy it from us. Just saying. To piggyback off of the testifying and Jeremy being an expert witness and have you ever testified about how you collected data?
Yes, I have. And it's not fun, to be honest with you. So I don't like to do it. Yeah, I mean, this is why it is so important that you have somebody qualified to collect that data in order to, have the experience to withstand the interrogations of the opposing counsel.
Excellent.
Because it is literally my job to do this stuff. So,
Was that kind of exciting to be on the stand, or was it, just totally not?
It was scary, actually. It's not a fun thing to do. You don't know what's gonna happen. But I mean, I think about things like, we even saw this a lot on LinkedIn when people were watching the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse. They're talking about the pinching and the zooming and things like that. I mean, the term eDiscovery rarely came up. I personally, as experts in the industry, we felt that they could have been much better prepared when they provided their testimony. So I think that, there's a certain way that not only corporations would look at it, but even attorneys, looking at, how to validate the qualifications of the people that collect and to communicate properly to juries how you did it and why you're qualified.
Excellent. All right, I'm going to move on to, we have two more of the emailed questions. Okay, so this one is from Cindy P. What are the biggest mistakes that corporations are making when it comes to collection and preservation?
Well, it comes back again to self-collection. Having unqualified people just copying data. If you just copy data, again, you have to testify to it. And if it's somebody that's, could have, be affected by the result, that's a bad thing. But also, the self-collection, I mean, you think of the person that's in charge of collection, is that their main job? Do they know exactly what they're doing? How busy are they? When a request is given by legal to collect, at what level of importance is it given? Because it's a common complaint when talking to corporations where, because legal doesn't speak IT and IT doesn't understand the corporate preservation obligations, they're not taken as, perhaps as seriously or time sensitive as they should be, right? And so one of the things that we like to do at BlueStar when we're consulting with our clients, we're like, how about we do some education sessions for IT? Legal can't really do it because they don't speak IT, but historically they don't. And there's not always like a really great litigation support team inside a corporation. So so again, they don't have that kind of bridge knowledge. So people like us, we come in and we have like some preservation webinars and corporate preservation webinars that are created specifically for IT to say like, this is why you're getting these requests, and this is why you should be giving it this, this credence and importance, and this is why you should prioritize it, and the benefits of doing so, really. And I think that that's really helped out a lot for those two teams to kind of be like, okay, I get it. This is why you need this.
Right. It's good that they both have that better understanding of each other and the need for it. And that's oh wait, I'm sorry, we just lost audio on you. Can you repeat that?
They're playing for the same team.
Exactly. Yeah. You wanna help your team out. You don't want to see your team fail,
Right.
when putting it at all, ever. Okay, so let's go this is our last emailed question. Or did I already read this one? What are the biggest mistakes? No, I read that one already. Okay. Oh, wait, no, we have, here, this one's a good one. Okay, so this is coming from Tiffany L. What is the difference between forensically sound collection and a forensic image?
Okay, great question. So a forensic image is when you're taking a bit-by-bit copy of an actual computer or server or things like that. So you utilize specific software and or procedures that you employ to do this. What it means is that it collects everything, including slack space. So that is like the empty space on your hard drive, for instance. Mm-hmm. Now, in most types of hard drives, except for solid state, when you delete a file, it's not truly deleted until every bit in that file's space where it occupied is overwritten. Right. Okay. So let's say, for instance, that today I deleted 100 files from my computer. Mm-hmm. Tomorrow, if it was forensically imaged, all of those files could have been created, or at least found pieces of that evidence. And so that's often used in things like child pornography cases. That's a big one. They're always going to be, or criminal cases or employee theft sometimes too, like they deleted things off of their hard drive. Right. The forensic image then gets, put into like forensic software, and then it has to actually, an investigator would go in there and try to, find what they need to find. Expensive process, but everything. Now we have forensic sound collection. So this concept of proportionality came out in 2017 with the FRE amendments, and it's really saying, prior to that, we kind of got into this electronic landscape, and we had these old rules. So it would be a strategy of many firms to kind of overwhelm opposing counsel with data. Here's 1 million files. Have fun finding the evidence. And so that had to be dealt with. And so, there were amendments that were made. And now there's this kind of concept of it has to be reasonably, you have to make a reasonable effort to preserve the data. And it has to be proportional to the matter, meaning like, if I'm suing you for $1,000, it shouldn't cost $100,000 to litigate because of all the data that you provided, right? So this concept of forensically sound collections comes up. And that when we developed our tool, our collection tool, which did remote collections, this is what it was. Basically, you say, okay, instead of getting everything in the Slack space and all this stuff, I don't need that in this type of matter. Most not criminal. I want to get, what's relevant in the time period, what's relevant, only the stuff that's kind of in that responsive time period, maybe from particular custodians, conversations between certain people, things like that. So these are targeted collections. These are like, okay, get these folders, get, email from this date to that date. So you're kind of like carving out data sets, right? So you carve out the data set, and then you collect it in a forensically sound manner, which means you're hashing those files. So that brings us back to the, hashing of the files. So again, you either have to hash it manually. So you have to be qualified to do that and understand how to do that, which not many people are that aren't, in our industry. Or you have to utilize a collection tool that, collects in a forensically sound manner. So again, that'll be something like, or Harvester, or other tools like that.
Okay. And I see we have one more chat room question. What is the most popular data source you see being collected? Text messages, videos, accounting records, etc. And how about corporate chats?
Right. So, traditionally it was email, right? Email for a very long time. It's still somewhat email, but now you're seeing like the emergence of these different data sources, messaging apps being used more so within corporations. They used to be ignored. I remember not too long ago, saying, well, we really need to pay attention to those chats. It's like, it's fine. Email and, documents and computers, that was it. So now we're seeing like more of a focus on things like these chat platforms and phones. Mm-hmm. If people do bad things, they often text. If they don't email it anymore. I mean, people are kind of like understanding that emails can be viewed. I mean, they get it now. So that, a lot of people, if they're going to do anything that's not, audio, it's going to be in their text messaging or their IMs. So I would say that, is it the most? No, it's still mostly email and regular documents, but, the chats are definitely emerging as, the next big thing.
Oh, yeah. You've got so many chats too. You got people, even, work Facebook chat room. People forget about that. That's a great little, hub center for, Instagram messages. I mean, I can't tell you. I mean, I have clients on my Instagram. I mean, we don't, it's everything is copacetic, but I'm sure there are people, doing nefarious things on Instagram.
Well, you know what? It's a good point. And I think the thing is that
for coworkers,
when we talk to people about, getting a litigation readiness plan together, and you have to kind of look at your landscape. What are people using to do work? Yep. And what I like to tell people, and this, what I really advise, and most people don't take my advice, is really limiting that landscape. So instead of saying, okay, here are the apps that you can use, you should go and say, instead of saying to somebody like, here are the apps you can't use, so don't use Slack, don't use Facebook, whatever, in your, to discuss employee, company matters. You really should say, here's what you can use. Yeah. So you have a good handle on, this is your litigation landscape. Okay, you can use Teams, you can use email, you can use OneDrive, you cannot text, you cannot go on Facebook, you cannot, whatever. So that it falls outside of your employee policy for acceptable use. And then you follow it up with like some really good training. Okay, so just because you tell an employee you can't use your cell phone to text about this stuff doesn't mean they won't. But they have to understand that if you do, that their phone's going to get collected. Yeah. And they're going to be without their phone. And what else is on their phone? Pictures of their family, private conversations with their spouse or significant others. Not stuff you really want in the hands of your manager or having attorneys review. So I feel that education for employees really helps out for corporations because, you know, even though it may seem like, yeah, we educate them. I go, but do you really, do you really educate them? Like they need to get it. And once people get it, I feel like they're not interested in doing that either. So they understand that there's they have their own vested interest to not utilize those channels. So
okay, we have one last question before we go. How do you collect from someone's phone in California or an employee in the EU? So we've got the GDPR, we've got CA or CCPA for California. How do you collect that?
Well, so what we're referring to here are privacy laws, okay? So again, it could be very challenging to do something like that for an employee in California, which has the new CCPA, California Consumer Protection Act, Privacy Act. I can't remember anymore. This is something that I looked into a lot, or the General Data Protection Regulation, which is all over, if you're an EU resident, applies to you. So a personal phone, you really can.
Oh, wow. So
again,
so California employees, wow, you're protected. Whoa.
Well, I mean, it goes to your policies again. You know, you have to think about where your employees are residing and think about the data sources that they're utilizing. And you know, this is a really tricky thing. You know, furthermore, with your phones, you know, you have issues with iPhones. iPhones are notoriously hard to collect from because they're associated with your, you know, iCloud accounts. You really have to have custodian cooperation in order to collect from an iPhone.
And Apple is not, they don't cooperate with you, right?
Apple is very protective of your data.
They cooperate with authorities, with, you know, police and authorities when they have to collect phones. There was a big case about that, I think.
Yeah, it was the San Bernardino terrorism. You remember that terrorist attack in San Bernardino? They wanted Apple to unlock one of the accused terrorists' phone, but they wouldn't do it. And so I think that you have to really kind of think about all of these things as in-house legal teams, and, you know, really provide tools and policies, procedures, and training around, you know, how you're going to handle getting the data when you need it.
Okay. Excellent. Well, I want to thank you so much again, Sarah. I want to thank everybody for the wonderful questions in the chat room. Thank you for being with us this session. Welcome to eDiscovery Day. Ask the experts, as I say this for the 17,000th time. BlueStar is presenting today eDiscovery Day, Ask the Experts. Today's session is going to be the fresh faces in eDiscovery, investing in yourselves by investing in others. I am honored to have here Paola Salazar and Brandon Smith. They are our two new team members and two new graduates of Relativity Fellows Program, which Sarah Thompson is back on session with us today. She's going to be hosting this session. I will be signing off just for the session. Sarah will be speaking with both Paola and Brandon about their journey, their experience, what Relativity has shown them, and about the whole program and their future. So without further ado, I will say goodbye to everybody for the next 50 minutes, and Sarah will be fielding any questions for you, should you have them, for Brandon and Paola in the chat room. And I hope you enjoy today's topic and guest speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre. And happy eDiscovery Day, everybody. Welcome, Brandon and Paola.
Good afternoon.
So I wanted to just welcome you both to the session, welcome you to the litigation technology industry, and welcome you, most importantly, most heartfelt welcome to BlueStar as well, to both of you. All right. So how are you guys doing today?
Doing so good. The weather is awesome. BlueStar's is awesome. It's a great day.
Doing fantastic. You know, same sentiments as Paula. It's a great day. Weather's balmy, so you know, can't ask for a better day.
Well, even though I appear to be in Chicago, I'm actually in LA, and it's actually kind of a Chicago day here. A little wet, a little foggy. So I think we must have switched up. I'm actually pleased about it.
Thanks.
Well, I'm so happy to have BlueStar, but also here in the session. And I think this is such a great opportunity. The name of this session is Fresh Faces in eDiscovery, How to Invest in Yourselves by Investing in Each Other. And we wanted to present this session, and we're going to do an interview format to kind of talk about, you know, different ways to kind of incorporate different talent into the eDiscovery industry. So both Brandon and Paula started with BlueStar about a month ago, maybe 6 weeks. And this is they're new to the litigation support and technology industry. And they came to us via the Relativity Fellows Program. So I'm going to start with you, Paula. I'm going to ask you just to kind of explain what that program is.
Sure. So as we all know, Relativity is like the platform that so many people use to review documents and data, right? Relativity basically made this fellows program that allowed us as one of the groups of people to have the opportunity to just see what this industry was all about. Before I even knew about Relativity, I had no idea what eDiscovery was. I didn't know about any of these things. And then I found out about Relativity and what they were doing and how they were creating such a social impact to this industry that I wanted to be a part of it. And then from there, they taught us everything from what litigation support even was. I thought lawyers just did all of this. I had no idea that there was a whole group and industry and team of people that did any of this. So learning about the industry, who's involved, and what parts and roles everyone plays within it, as well as learning the Relativity software and how we can potentially play a part in this.
And Brandon, you know, what exactly is the Relativity Fellows Program, though? Like, who gets who is it for? You know, why is it there? You know, what is that exactly? Can you give us some framework of you know, because I think it's pretty new to a lot of people. A lot of people haven't heard of it.
Yeah. Well, it's really a program for people and communities that are like underserved. People who normally don't have these type of opportunities to kind of get in the world of litigation support and eDiscovery. And so what the Fellows Program does is kind of provide those people, you know, me being one of those people, with the opportunity to get some mentorship and some product knowledge in litigation support and eDiscovery. So that's what the program essentially is all about. And, you know, they did an absolutely great job with providing this service to people in underserved communities and people looking to be a fresh face in eDiscovery who have no background in this. And so, like I said, once again, they did a great job with mentorship and teaching us product knowledge and actually getting information from industry experts who were willing and able to give us their time and teach us some of these things along the way.
So did you get a lot of, like, when it comes to the training, I'm going to go throw this back to you, Paula. You know, did you get certain certifications, or what exactly did you happen there?
Sure. So while we're in the program, we are offered, well, first we're given the opportunity to take, I believe we took 4 different certifications. So we took one with ASETS, that was the EDEX. Then we took Relativity Review Pro, Certified Pro, and Sales Pro as well. So we took all of those certifications. We studied, we were taught and given resources in order to take the certifications. And then after the Fellows Program, and something that I'm working on now, is that they give you the opportunity to take the RCA. So I've been studying this whole time. I just took my RCA about 2 days ago. Wish me luck. I think I did. I think I passed it, but we'll see. But they also give you the opportunity to do another certification as well. So you can just keep up the knowledge as you're going. And not only do they help you with like certifications, but they also give you just like support in general. So I think a lot of us didn't come from a corporate background when we came into the fellows program. Like, for example, I came from retail sales. So that's a very different environment than litigation support, obviously. And so some of the things that they helped us do were we took some like Clifton Strengths exercises, and they basically were able to help us find what our strengths were within a corporate environment and what our weaknesses were, and help us develop those weaknesses. Like, if I'm not a great communicator, how can I be a better communicator? And what resources can I use, and how can I speak to get whatever I'm trying to get across?
And Brandon, how many people were involved in this program, and like how long did it last? So was it a
Yeah, so I mean, there were 12 fellows in the program. Then we had Sean and Jonathan, who led the way throughout the program, and Colleen as well. And then you had all your mentors and people who were professionals in the field who came along and taught us many things. And so just the basis, it was just 12 people, but along the way we had a wealth of people come in and teach us some things.
You mentioned Jonathan. That's Jonathan Hill from Relativity, and I actually got to know Jonathan when I was involved. Was nominated for an award over at Relativity, and while I was getting to know Jonathan, somehow somebody mentioned the fellows program. And I was like, "What is this all about?" And he said, "Well, it's a bunch of young people that are from underserved communities, but we go and we just train the crap out of them." We like give them all their certifications, we give them like all this great training, and I thought, wow, this is amazing. As somebody who's hiring in this industry, is interested in finding talent, I thought, well, this is great. Here we have some people that are really are interested in kind of putting their hungry to learn, hungry to get involved in this stuff, and they're going to come out of this with like all these great certifications and knowledge from some of the top industry experts. So for us at Blue Star, it was really interesting as well to kind of, hear about that. So, and that's actually why we're doing this session, is I think I've never heard of it before. I don't think many companies have heard about it, but part of that program was also to kind of get you guys employed. So Brandon, I'm gonna get with you with, ask you this, why do you think it's important to have opportunities like this available in this industry? And what should these programs look like?
Well, first of all, I think it's very important to have these type of opportunities available in the community because, again, this is fresh faces in eDiscovery. Sometimes you may not know what to do with the next step in this profession as a business or as a corporation. You may not know what the next step to take or the next bright idea to have in eDiscovery or litigation support. So when you go to communities who have people who are looking to, advance themselves in their career and life, they may have fresh ideas and a wealth of new knowledge to provide to a program like this, and they are excited to learn and advance themselves. So when you go to these communities and these neighborhoods and these areas of the professional world where people who are looking to advance but are not necessarily getting that opportunity, you may find lots of diamonds in the rough. And so that's why I think that's a huge deal to kind of go back and give back, reach back, and get some fresh faces in eDiscovery.
I totally agree. I think having different perspectives, I mean, in any industry is like super important, because without that, how can you innovate? I mean, so Paula, do you have anything to add to that?
I think that Brandon did a great job in kind of framing that for me. I couldn't add anything better. I feel like he did a really great job.
Okay, so how has this program, Paula, actually prepared you for life at Blue Star? Other than the certification, how is it that you came to be in the industry?
I think it was a step in the right direction and a step forward. And when I say that, I mean that while at Relativity, they gave me a safe environment to be able to learn about this industry and ask really dumb questions at the time. Like now I'm like, oh, okay, well, that was an interesting question, Paula. But knowing what I know now, it was a good step in the right direction because I was in a safe environment to make a lot of mistakes and for it to not be in in like a real world scenario. So now that I've been in the real world for about a month now. I've worked and produced and processed on a couple of cases here and there. And it's really serious work. Like, if you produce privileged information, that is red flags all over. And if I didn't learn how to use the Relativity software back with Relativity, I could have been messing up right and left everywhere while I was here. So it provided a really great, safe environment and a good stepping stone. So when I came to BlueStar, the people here, and Jeremy has been so wonderful with this, just showing me the workflow and how things are done, like in the real world, I guess. I was in a safe environment, and now I'm like, okay, I'm here. What's the workflow steps of doing processing or productions, and where are we going to go from there? And what's the safe way to do this? And all of the normal questions that you can ask when you're going to a new job, those are all applicable now because of the knowledge that I learned from Relativity.
So, Brandon, is there anything that you wish you'd learned that from the Relativity Fellows program that you didn't, to prepare you for this position at
honestly, no, actually. I mean, just to be completely honest, it is a very rigorous program. Again, you got 5 months to get a lot of knowledge, and they do a great job at teaching you and mentor you on this knowledge. Now, I would have to say there's nothing that they didn't miss. They went over the first step, the EDRM, which is the basics. That's just the base before you even get to the eDiscovery itself. So they went over everything perfectly, and it was a wealth of knowledge. Now, I'm in a sales role. Of course, I would have loved to got some more scoops on maybe sales, but that's not what the program is about. It's actually about developing you as a person and your corporate self, and also, just learning the knowledge. And then they have partners for that. So that way, when you're ready to move on and they do provide you with a job, like you see we're here at BlueStar, then that's where you can take it to the next level. And that's why I'm glad at BlueStar, because now I'll be able to take it to the next level with the bits and pieces and knowledge that I was able to gather from Relativity.
How did you, so you mentioned it was a 5-month program. Was it just a one-time thing, or are they going to be having another cohort?
Well, actually, that was the second cohort. We were part of the second cohort, and there will be another one coming along. I believe so. I mean, that's something you definitely will have to, go over with Sean and Jonathan when the next one will be. But I do know that will be a continuing thing. And we also have an alumni program as well with the Relativity Fellows. So, we're all in contact with each other still. We're going to have some upcoming meetings and just some discussions. And Relativity does provide you with the opportunity to gain 2 more certifications, for free afterwards, after you've left as well. So, they're still heavily involved with us. It's a great company, a great program. And I definitely highly recommend it to anyone looking to get into eDiscovery and advance their careers. I actually recommend other companies start maybe implementing programs like this if they're looking for fresh faces and new perspectives within their company.
I want to come back to that, but I do actually, I think there's actually a question here is, how do you apply for this fellows program? Like, how do you get into it? Are there a lot of applicants? Like, how competitive is it? Like, do you know?
That's a great question, Sarah. So I believe when we applied, there were a couple hundred applicants that applied. So it is very competitive. But the application, like if you go onto Relativity's website, they have under their like current openings, it's on there. You just need to apply. The only thing is that the process to getting into the fellows program it's just as hard as the fellows program itself. I believe I went through 1, 2, 3, I think it was 4 interviews.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was 4 interviews, and we had to create a video explaining a prompt that they gave us. I believe it was, what is eDiscovery and what does it mean to you, or something like that. And you can see my video on YouTube. It's very corny and adorable, but we all made our videos. And honestly, I think from what Sean and Jonathan told us, that the better your video, the better your chances. So if you're able to really articulate yourself in that video and bring out your personality and like what you can bring to the table, how like hungry you are, the more likely you are to get in.
That's really great information. I think that, you know, I think that we really do need to get the word out, you know, about this program. I think it's great. And to follow up on Brandon's point, absolutely, there needs to be more programs like this. I mean, this is Relativity's program. And this session is talking about that, but it's more about, you know, there should be more. And how do we kind of get more kind of programs out there like this, kind of, you know, how can we contribute to, you know, getting these fresh faces in eDiscovery? And so, Brandon, I'm going to ask you, like, you know, if I were to think of BlueStar, because I have thought about it for sure, but, you know, starting a program like that, you know, we're not as big an organization as Relativity, nor do we have like that kind of outreach. So how can like ours do better, or what can we do to kind of like, you know, reach those people or provide these types of kind of programs? What do you think?
Well, actually, I think right now, what we're doing right now is actually a great start. You know, just hosting sessions like this, being open and letting people come in and ask questions about BlueStar, and, you know, being able to speak to the experts, just so that people can ask the questions that they may not feel comfortable in asking on any other time, where you have this open forum to ask your questions privately or openly. Also, I just think with the social media, you know, LinkedIn, maybe a Facebook or Twitter page, because I myself do know some young people who are at a crossroads in their career, and they are looking to take a next step. They may not know what they want to do. This could be something that could bring them in. And I know here, this is a, you know, great, you know, family tight-knit type organization, and it's amazing environment that I recommend for anyone. So I think if we continue to do things like this, provide more opportunities on social media, with people looking to get into this, because I mean, obviously you see Paul as a project manager, you know, I'm in sales, we have production here. There are people who are looking to find jobs and don't know what they want to do in these type of communities, and that are a little bit younger with fresher ideas and better perspectives maybe than what we currently have. And all we have to do is continue to do stuff like this, along with utilize our social media. And I think those people will come and flock toward these things. And I'm definitely, you know, ready to put my foot on the gas and help how we can get the ball rolling.
Yeah, man, full speed ahead for sure. So there's, you know, I know that the Relativity Fellows Program offered pretty much guaranteed employment after you completed, if you graduated from the program. And they, you know, you had the opportunity. I was, you know, one of the vendors that, you know, applied to see if any of you wanted to come work with us. And there are a few others as well. But there was also kind of, you know, Relativity also offered that. Now, you've both of you chose to kind of go outside of that comfort zone of Relativity. And I want to ask you, like, I could see the attraction staying at Relativity. It is a great company. It is very successful. You know the people there clearly. So why did you leave? And do you regret it?
Absolutely not. I absolutely love Relativity. I love my friends that I've made there. I love my colleagues that I worked with when I was there, of course. But there's definitely I don't know how to say it. There's something really great about going outside of your comfort zone. I think this is something that, like, Steve Harvey said, but he said, like, never be comfortable. If you want to be successful, you have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. And if I stayed at Relativity, I was going to continue to be really comfortable, and who knows if I was going to stagnate or not. But if I go somewhere else, I know that I'm going to continuously learn something from outside of the industry. And if I ever want to learn more about Relativity, I could always just reach out to my peers that I made from the Fellows Program. So coming to BlueStar was such a big step. It was a scary step, but it was the right step.
I think it's an important question.
I will have to say, for me, I was adamant that I was going to stay at Relativity when I got into Fellows, because I had friends there. I knew people there. I knew about Relativity when it was called Kate Kira. So I've, you know, seen them for a while. And I was like, I'm staying here. Ain't no way I'm leaving. And then I remember talking to Sean. He was like, well, just wait a minute. You might meet, you know, we have partners. You might like one of those other companies. And so, you know, I remember meeting with you, Sarah, and I kid you not, I mean, I tell this story to multiple people. It was love at first sight. BlueStar's shot me with Cupid's arrow. And I'm telling you, after the first meeting, I was like, oh my goodness, what was I smoking? Like, I can't just hold all my coals in one fire to Relativity. So I was, I think, you know, again, like Paula said, you know, definitely being comfortable and getting uncomfortable. You want to make sure you don't stay in your comfort zone. And, you know, I just felt the love right away with BlueStar, and that adamant that I was with Relativity went out the window after meeting everyone here and just the familyness. That's how I am. I mean, I have it tattooed on me, family first. And this is what is at BlueStar, is family first. And I literally was hit by Cupid's arrow. I kid you not, by corporate Cupid's arrow, and fell in love. And so, you know, I was glad the decision I made, and I'm so happy to be here today.
Oh, that's wonderful. I've never heard that story before. But, you know, you said something when we first interviewed, our first time we met, you know, one-on-one. And I said to you, you know, at Relativity, if you're going into sales, you know, here's a platform that, you know, it's the industry standard right now. And, you know, people are basically, you know, knocking on your door as opposed to, you know, you having to go like, you know, knock on everyone else's door. And so when you come into like a litigation support company like ours, a BlueStar, you know, it's much different. You know, you have to compete with everybody else who's hosting eDiscovery. You have, you know, you're out there, and it's a much tougher, you know, sales pitch really. And you said, you know, what I like is that I have more, there's more to sell at BlueStar. So if someone doesn't like Relativity, well, I've got forensics, and well, I've got, and I thought that was a really wonderful point of view. Now that you've been here a month, where do you feel like you are now in your growth? I mean, you know, we're onboarding, you know, where do you think you're at? You know, and what do you see for the next 3 months?
Well, I think my growth has been great. You kept your word. You told me, hey, these first, you know, 3 months, you're probably going to be following each department that we do and how those people work and how this section works. And everyone has been amazing with me asking a ton of questions. Like I said, I want to take a break from bothering people. I ask Mike questions, Ted questions. I'm always bothering Josh and Chris and them because I always see them moving. You know, they got paper going in and out. They making books, they binding, they loading stuff in the computer. So that was just like amazing to me because I'm like, whoa, this is the stuff. This is the production. This is people information. And so I'm glad to be able to see and learn all these things because I know that it's not. I'm very patient when it comes to success for me. Everyone's success is different. And so when I'm seeing everything and how each little bit works, I know it's only going to help me down the line within the next 3 months when it's time for me to start going out, making calls, prospecting, and selling, because I'll be able to at least have a little bit of knowledge of what our production team does, what the project management team does, you know, what this part of the company does. If someone may have a question, I may not have the full answer, I'll at least have a little bit of something because I'm being taught all those things that'll hold that person's attention without leaving them just on red. You know what I mean? So I think it's been going great. And I just know the next 3 months and further down the line, you know, I'll be a BlueStar, which we all know is the brightest star in the celestial.
That's right. BlueStar's the brightest star. What about you?
Well, let's see. So far, my growth, man, like Brandon, I've been asking a ton of questions. I've been learning a lot about all the different parts of eDiscovery and a part of Relativity, things that I didn't think about really. And so at this point, I'm slowly but surely, I'm not asking quite as many questions because I'm like, okay, I know the answer to that, or I know where to get the answer to that, because you guys have been really good about like giving me like, everyone here has been so patient with me. And like as a project manager, I want to make sure that I'm not, that I am doing things right, and that I'm keep seeing what I need to keep seeing, that I'm making sure that productions go out correctly in the right way. And so a lot of my experience has been like doing Zoom shadowings, just seeing other people's screens and like, okay, why are you clicking this? Why are you making this kinds of save search? Or why are you doing X, Y, and Z? And then the reverse is that them watching me and they're like, okay, Paula, you know what you're doing right? And I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this thing. I'm clicking all these buttons and I know what they're for. And they're like, okay, what about that one? And I'm like, I kind of know what it's for, but it's been a journey. And I think so far I'm getting to the point where I'm almost independent. We're getting there, but independence is slowly coming to me. I'm really excited for when I can take on like my own big projects.
Well, I'm sure it will be imminent. I'm sure it will happen very quickly. You both are picking up very quickly. Now, was it a good thing? Like, was to have another member of the Relativities, your cohort at the Relativity Fellows Program join at the same time? I mean, was that a good thing? Did it, how did that benefit you or not? Brandon, why don't we start with you?
I think it was a great thing to be able to see that fresh face. Sometimes you can step in somewhere and be a little nervous, and not me, of course. I like to talk and I'm outgoing myself, but to see someone who you've been with for 5 months and just to share that journey together is beautiful. I mean, we walk in each other off and we're like, hey, good morning, what's up? So it was great. Again, and it was my first time meeting Paula in person. So you guys provided that opportunity. So when we come in and I see us there. Yeah, I said, oh my God, that's Paula. She, oh my God, Brandon. I'm like, yeah, it's me, of course. So it was just great to be able to start off and start with someone who you've been familiar with for the last 5 months.
Oh, how cool. And do you feel the same way, Paula?
Absolutely. I'm not gonna lie, for like the first week, Brandon was like my safety blanket. And I was like, Brandon,
yeah, we're super
we're supposed to be doing X, Y, and Z, right? Okay, cool. So it's been really nice that I don't know, our relationship and our bond has gotten stronger, even though like we're in a completely new environment. We can kind of ask each other different questions like, oh, what have you learned so far? What? I haven't learned that yet. Okay, what have you learned so far? And then we can kind of bounce things off of each other and kind of expand our growth from there. So it's been a really great experience to have Brandon with me in the office.
What it was like, and this is like a good conversation for people, that are like yourselves, that are looking to kind of break into the industry, for young people. And so, you had these expectations, you went through this program, you had all this kind of like, I almost want to feel like it's coddling, you know what I mean? Like they're there to support you. And then you're like, okay, push you out of the nest. And now you're in, BlueStar. I mean, not that we're like this harsh environment or anything, but was there anything like, what was the hardest thing or the scariest thing or unexpected thing that occurred? Just like some advice you could give to people that might be entering into the same kind of situation.
Sure. Do you mind if I answer that one?
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll go with Brandon.
Sure. So I think the biggest like difficulty that I ran into was, so my experience before Relativity, before BlueStar was, I was a manager in retail. And so one of my phrases that I know my associates used to hear me say all the time was like, you should never be bored. There's always something to do. You just you have to find what that something is. And since I was in retail, you could like fold clothes, or you could like restock things like that, very active things. And that's how my brain always worked. Like, okay, if I have nothing to do at this very moment, I know that there's something to do. I need to get that done. Mm-hmm. And so coming into a corporate environment, those things change. It's no longer I'm restocking things. I'm not doing X, Y, and Z, but now I'm entering my billing on Seamly and making sure that I don't forget it. And like recording things and making sure that like things are getting QC'd that I didn't realize had to be QC'd. And so for me, it was finding out like what those things were. I was like, well, I'm here. I did the production. Now what? Like, oh, I have to put that in billing. Okay, let me do that now. So it was those little things that I had to kind of evolve into putting into my everyday.
That's going to be even more. I think that's going to be even a little bit more challenging now because you just took your RCA. So if you don't have your RCA to study for,
Yeah.
Yeah, so get ready for the deluge of work.
I'm ready for it.
What about you, Brandon? What was the most kind of different or scary thing, or thing that you didn't expect when joining BlueStar or this corporate environment?
Well, I wouldn't say anything was too, and again, this is not to sound, overly confident or anything like that, but I wouldn't say anything was too scary or difficult. But I do believe this is a challenge. Every day is going to be a challenge. When you're, working in a sales environment or any type of corporate environment. And so I like to take on that challenge. It's going to be challenging days all the time. And so, all I can say is that don't be comfortable. Again, you have to be able to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. So I know that every day there's going to be a new challenge for me out there. I'm going to have to face something different in BlueStar. It's not going to be the same thing every day. But the good thing about me is that I'm willing to face and fight those challenges. And I know that I have the support here. I was just talking to Brent yesterday. He said, you'll never be alone. You'll have someone there with you. So I know that when I go into battle with these challenges every day, I got some teammates right beside me that's ready to fight with me. So, I will have to say, like I said, there's not nothing too scary or anything like that, but there will be challenges. Just be ready to fight those challenges. And if you need help with that challenge, ask for help. And, I'm sure your team will have your back, just like mine.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. And, we talked about how there should be more programs out there like this. And, I think that you're absolutely right. But we have a lot of people on the line right now, and we're going to be sharing this session, more so through social media. What can the people listening do to support you in your efforts? I mean, I'm sure that I know that there's a lot of people at Relativity that want to continuously support you. What can they do, or the community do, to support young people like yourselves that are just getting into this industry? How about you, Paola? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Brandon. Yeah.
No, I would just say, continue to do the things that they've been doing, that I'm seeing the faces in the chat and in the from Relativity, and they've been supportive. They, like I said, we have a Relativity alumni, Fellows Alumni Association. So, I would say just continue to support us. Please be there when we have questions. I mean, if you're busy and you can't get right to them, right away, and you can't be there for us, don't worry, I'm not going to take offense. We all have lives. People are busy. But I just want to hopefully continue to be able to lean on you guys for support when in need. And of course, me being a salesman, I'm always selling. So Relativity, people who are listening there, want to send some work my way, please feel free. I have no problem with discussing business with anyone. Again, my name is Brandon Smith, and I am at BlueStar Case Solutions.
Well, yes, exactly. ABC, that's a really great point. And I think, to that point, even if you're not in sales, when I think it's great for people in our industry to be doing things like, share the posts of younger people, like give attention, give praise, even people that are not, with a Relativity or with BlueStar, we often see people that are kind of new in the industry asking questions, answer them, support them. It behooves you to do so. It is the right thing to do, And what about you, Paula? So let's answer the same question.
I was going to say, you kind of answered it for me. My biggest thing, no, it's a good thing. My biggest thing when I was in the fellows program was I was constantly asking people questions, and I was constantly networking with people, or at least attempting to, getting to know people. What did they do? What do they do in the industry? How, what part do they play? Because eventually I'll be in the industry, and I want to know where I'll fit when it comes to you. So just people answering my questions, that was a huge help. Even if they weren't people from within Relativity, people who answered my questions outside of Relativity, that was everything to me.
Oh, that's great. And I think that's, for all those listening, and those that have been in the industry, and are established, give a little back. I mean, imagine if you'd had that same support when you started, right? So I'm talking to whomever is listening. So next question, kind of changing gears a little bit. The Relativity Fellows Program really is about diversity and inclusion. It's an effort to kind of improve the diversity in the eDiscovery industry, litigation in general, because it is a very non-diverse industry, if you will, both in gender and race and all the other good stuff. So what can we do to contribute to paving a path of inclusion for the future?
I would have to say, to continue to pave the path, again, programs like Relativity are a must. You want to make sure that you are in these communities and reaching out, even if it's just hosting, you know, an event just to give information. You never know whose ear you're going to grab and who's going to want to be involved in this. But you have to go back out and reach and get those people in those communities, whether it be, you know, going to, you know, like you said, there's women seminars, you know, diverse, people of color seminars. There are many things that are across the web and across, you know, this technology landscape where people are crying out for a chance and an opportunity to be in any career field, let alone eDiscovery. So I feel like if we just make our voices known and loud and let people know that we're here for them, and this is not a game about diversity, we're not just doing it just for face, but we're actually reaching out because we want diverse people in this field. I think we will definitely grab a couple people or even more, and people will be willing to work with in this industry. Personally, I think it's a great industry. It's so many different aspects to it, because maybe you want to be in technology, maybe you want to be in sales, maybe you want to be in law. You got it all wrapped up in one, and you can actually be a part of each one of those sections. So I think just continuing to reach out, having things like this, you know, maybe doing it, you know, maybe next time let's do it reach out to high schools or colleges that are community colleges. Reach out to a community college network and say, hey, this is BlueStar. We're hosting another eDiscovery event. Do you guys have people looking at that's going to be graduating soon or looking for careers, and hosting this type of webinar for them to sign up for? So as many avenues to reach out and many communities that we can, you know, grab a hold of and say, this company is going to host this. We're looking to get people that from diverse backgrounds involved. We're going to host this seminar, this webinar. Please come join, and you might find something you like. So that's just my take on it.
No, I think you're right. Yeah. Go ahead, Paula.
I was going to say that, especially when it comes to, like, if you think about both sides of the aisle, like the legal and tech industry, they want diversity, they want new faces, they want new knowledge and perspectives. And so them just reaching out, like in the day and age of like online webinars, and because of the pandemic, everyone is on Zoom, there is no way that you can't reach out and find someone. So if you have the internet, if you have a phone, you can probably get Zoom really easily. You can probably be able to see this webinar just as easily and learn about different programs like this. So whoever is watching, maybe they didn't know about it, the Relativity Fellows program, and now they do. Now they can start looking for things like this within the industry.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, there's like a lot of different kind of programs out there. I know that there's one that I'm involved with called Street Code Academy, which is a really cool program for kids from underserved communities to learn how to program. And that's something, you know, there's so many different programs out there. I mean, the reason you may look at me and I'm like this white lady and be like, you know, I don't have those diversity issues. But when I entered the industry, you know, almost 20 years ago, there were very few women, certainly very few women in tech. And, you know, there was a lot of things that we had to overcome in that respect. And I think it's great that you guys are, you know, not only here, but, you know, you can help work towards, you know, helping us kind of like change the story, change the narrative. And I really believe that it's important that not everybody has the same opportunities, as we know, but that doesn't mean that they can't achieve success. And I think all it takes is some support, and because you can find greatness everywhere. I mean, in everyone, I believe that. And so those people that are looking for greatness, you know, they can find it. Let's help find those people. Let's help bring them to the table. And so if there's any kinds of things that, you know, we can do, having been in the industry some time to do that, like, let's get people involved and spread the word. I hope that in the next few months, we can kind of like get some more, you guys are just onboarding, you're getting used to your new jobs, you're learning a ton of stuff. But a year from now, when you're more comfortable, you've settled into your positions, now that's really going to be the time when it's going to be like, okay, so what can we do? And what are my great ideas to move forward? So I'm really looking forward to kind of seeing you both grow in your positions and in your careers, really. So I wanted to kind of, we have about 9 minutes left in our interview. Any you want to talk about that we haven't covered yet? Paula? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I think we covered a lot. I think we covered a lot of really great things.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I want to go over even further, other than if you're not, I don't know, whether it's like mentoring or making a webinar or just watching a webinar or sharing a webinar, all of those things help. Every little bit of that helps contribute to people like Brandon and I, or people that are going to be in the future fellows cohort. So
yeah, I mean, you know, maybe one day we'll be able to do that at Blue Star. You know, it's such a great opportunity. I really do think it's important for people to be, who have the knowledge to mentor. So what mentors, you know, who mentored you, Brandon, while you were at Relativity?
Oh, well, I had many a mentor. You know,
Oh,
well, my main mentor was Al, and he was a Relativity sales rep. And,
okay.
you know, he gave me some great advice, great tips. But, you know, just being, I was in at Relativity, it was called a B-Rail. And I really looked up to those guys over there. I mean, we had a couple on the call here today, and, you know, just being able to talk to them and get advice from them. And it was amazing. And I really appreciated the support that they provided with me, and just the confidence too they instilled in me. And sometimes when I felt like, oh man, I shouldn't say this or do this, and they're like, no, always be yourself, go for it, say what's on your mind. And go for the things that you want to go for. So I'll, you know, definitely appreciate Al and B-Rail for holding it down for me while I was at Relativity and needing some great mentors.
You think that was the most important thing they gave you, was the confidence?
Oh, definitely. Definitely the confidence, especially when you feel like you don't know these things and this knowledge. And, you know, just from reading stuff and you be like, oh my God, I gotta remember all this stuff. And remember, you might not remember everything, but when you see it again, because of the confidence they give you, like, man, you know this stuff, you've seen it, you went over it, starts to click back and come back to you. So I would just have to say, you know, that mentorship and those, you know, the leaders that they have over there instilling that confidence and just that go ahead and go get it drive was just amazing.
You, Paula, you know, you had mentors as well. What was the most important thing you learned from your mentors? You know, what was your biggest takeaway?
that's a really good question. Best thing I learned, you know, Brandon, if you have something on the top of your head, I want to try and narrow down my thoughts a little bit.
You said for the best thing I learned?
His was confidence. You know, what was your biggest takeaway? Was it that, okay, I, you know, got a job in a more corporate, you know, it enabled me to get a job in a more corporate environment, or was it gave me the confidence to kind of find out, learn new things, or, you know,
I would say confidence is definitely, it's definitely like one of the big takeaways for me, I would say, but I would say confidence in being able to advocate for myself a little bit more. I think as an individual before Relativity, I was a little bit more on the quieter side. Okay. And it wasn't until I got into Relativity that I was like, okay, if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to succeed in this program, I need to be a little bit louder. And I need to learn how to be loud without being obnoxious. And I need to learn how to be loud, but still be funny. And so that's kind of all the knowledge that they gave us. I was able to like use that towards bringing out my personality. So now I think I'm a little bit more outspoken, a little bit louder, but still professional. And I think they helped me kind of hone those skills a little bit. And I think that was my biggest takeaway from the program and my mentors specifically.
You know, I find that the biggest problem for people in their careers is that they get in their own way. You know, they get in their own heads, they get in their own way. You know, I can recall, you know, I was actually in a program, not quite like yours, but it was a program for a Canadian program called Canada World Youth, where they took 20 Canadians, you know, between the age of like 18 and 20. And we went to go do development work and international development work in a, you know, foreign country. And so we went over to, you know, it was a really competitive program. And I remember before I went in there, like you, I was quite not as outspoken, that kind of thing. But the thing is that if you don't show people who you are, they're never going to know. That's all there is to it. And so try to get out of your own way. And if you dream it, you can believe it. It's not just a cat poster. You know what I mean? Like it's a really important thing to have that confidence to say, I can do this, and set goals for yourself, and you can achieve it. You won't always succeed, but you'll always learn, and failure is often more of a learning experience. You get more from failure than you do from success at times. You'll get there. And I think that's a really important thing for, people to take away from a session like this, is that, having the confidence to try new things and be open to it. And we do have a question from the audience. What is some advice you would give to individuals looking to switch careers into eDiscovery?
I will have to say, don't be afraid to be ignorant, which is, we all know, is the definition of not knowing. Don't be afraid to not know something, because that's what this program for Relativity Fellows is all about. It's going to underserved communities in areas where people may not know a bunch about eDiscovery. So come in with an open mind and don't be afraid to be ignorant. And that would be the advice I would give. And take full advantage of all of the opportunities, the mentorships, and the knowledge that will be provided to you when joining the Fellows program.
That's a great point. In Indonesia, they have this, they say, I am Suda Pintar, or I'm Balloon Pintar. I'm not yet smart, or I'm already smart. So it's about, we call it being, ignorant or, whatever, but it's like, I'm just not yet smart, but I will be, What about you, Paula? What is your advice?
I would say get involved.
Okay, yeah.
I have never, even in high school, I wasn't the kid that was in a million clubs. I was always I had one sport, or I had two sports, and I was like, that's as far as I go. But when you're out in the industry, you want to be involved in as many things as you can, reasonably be involved in. So not only are you talking about what you do and what you can help people with, but that's kind of a way of advertising for the company that you're in, and for what you're doing and for yourself. So I would say just get involved in what you can get involved in, because on top of that, when you get involved, you can have the opportunity to ask all the questions that you want to ask, and you can keep learning in that way. So it's kind of like a step-by-step process. Once you get involved, once you're there, you can start asking people questions, you can start learning more and more things, but from different perspectives. So I would just say get involved.
Well, it's like one of, my Canadian mentors said, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take, right? Who said that?
Wayne Gretzky.
There you go. See, this is why we hired you. The great one. All right, well, with that, I want to thank you both for sharing with everybody, your experiences. And we're just getting started. You guys are just getting started. And I'm really excited to see what the next, year will bring. I'm sure it's going to be an amazing 2022. And we are very fortunate to have you both. And so thanks again. And to everyone else who's listening, happy eDiscovery Day. I hope you got a lot from this session. If you have any questions, you can find me, Sarah Thompson, on LinkedIn, Brandon Smith on LinkedIn, as well as Paola Salazar. And we'd all love to answer your questions, or just connect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you at the next session, everybody. And our next session will be starting in 10 minutes. So we'll see you soon.
See ya.
Hello.
Hey, Deirdre.
How are you, Mike?
Fantastic. How are you?
Awesome. I'm doing great. We're just rolling along with eDiscovery Day. So welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Again, this is our 5th session. We have one final session after Mike. Today, I have Michael Gantz, and he will be answering any questions on paper services, talking about paper services, the need for it, why it's so important and why a lot of people aren't doing it. So just so you have a little bit of background about Mike, Mike is a litigation consultant for the past 39 years in the Chicago area. And those 20 years, about 20 so are those years, include working with law firms, supporting litigators at Kirkland, Ellis, and Jenner and Block. But Mike has spent most of the past 19 years helping law firms in-house counsel reduce risk and minimize costs associated with litigation. And paper discovery processing are one of Mike's areas of expertise. So, Mike, I don't know if you want to touch on that a little bit more for everybody, just to kind of give people a little bit of background about you, other than what I've just said.
Sure. So despite eDiscovery being more prevalent today, and everybody's familiar with forensic collection and processing data and hosting it and so on, paper is still around, and more so than you might imagine. And when we think about paper, yes, there's scanning involved. There's certainly a lot of printing, low backs of electronic files that firms want to review for whatever reason in paper, and then good old-fashioned paper-to-paper copy. So it's not just for litigation purposes, but it's often just for convenience that you would want to scan documents, if for no other reason, portability, right? You can have all of your document collection on a USB flash drive, or you can deal with the 6 or 7 or 10 boxes of paper that those documents currently reside in. Other ideas that companies and corporations have come up with is, hey, I don't want to have to rely on paper when it comes to the documents that I have to hold on to for a long period of time. And so we get a lot of requests for what we call back file conversion, which is taking all those records that are in paper format and scanning them, digitizing them, and then organizing them in such a way that you no longer need the paper. The image files of these documents are now available on a hard drive. You can do some other things to make them even more efficient when you have to look at those documents and search through them, more so than if you had to deal with 50, 75, 100, 200 boxes of paper. Nobody wants to have to deal with that. There's a storage impact versus the low cost of maintaining media that contains your scanned documents. So there's all kinds of benefits behind scanning paper.
Yeah, nobody wants to walk into a storage room filled with bankers' boxes, binders that make no sense, paper from 15 years ago, Yeah, nobody wants that.
There's a growing concern about companies and their retention policy. Yep. And what do I do with these documents, that I've got to hold on to for 7, 10 years? And so maybe they outsource that to a storage company that charges a premium to keep those boxes of documents safe and organized and in a climate controlled environment. And then when you have to pull those documents, there's a delivery fee associated with that. So it's not inexpensive to store documents. One of the firms I worked at used a lot of empty associate offices to store paper documents because they were available. Oh. But if you think about that, that was at the cost of the lease of your space in that building, which $20, $40, $60, $80 a square foot. Do you really want to store paper like that and incur that cost? So there's all kinds of issues around the burden around keeping paper.
I mean, it's just, it's tough. It's like, I've seen law firms literally have storage units, like those big storage companies.
Right.
And got the roll-up doors, and they've got like the whole first floor, and it's all dusty old banker boxes. And you just want to scream, why? The money that you're wasting buying it, for annually is insane. Then the manpower that you have to hire or, take from your company to go in there and kind of cipher through all that, what's relevant, what's not, what do we get rid of, the retention policy, it just honestly doesn't make any sense to me. It's just to digitize it just seems working smarter, not harder. It seems to be, the sense of, smart.
Right. And part of the process of converting your paper to electronic files is it forces you to get your arms around what you have. I can't tell you how many times that we get a collection of paper here to process, and there's no index or no inventory or nothing other than, hey, we have 25 boxes. We believe these are documents from 1995 to 2010, and it's about this particular company or client, and that's all they have. That's all the information they have about that collection of paper. So when you go through the exercise of scanning paper and creating these electronic files, it forces you to create an inventory. So you know what you have, and you know that in the event that you have to recall it, you probably have a better index or a better idea of what's in that collection than if it was just sitting in its current state of 25 or so boxes in a room somewhere without any idea of truly what's in those documents.
Yeah, that's got to be, I mean, that's tough, not knowing where everything is and then it not making sense. And then, here you go, here's 55 banker boxes. I don't know what's in it. I don't know what the chronological order is, if there even is one, but here you go, make sense of it.
Right. And it can be a painful process. I mean, let's face it, it's not inexpensive. I think, and I don't know how you want the format here, if you want me to address any of the specific questions, Deirdre.
Yeah, I was gonna, we do have some questions in the chat room, and we do have some questions that have been emailed over. So, we can kind of dive into some of those and then pivot.
Sure.
So we have one question. Why do litigation support providers offer paper services? Is it scanning for litigation, or are there other services corporations should be using as best practice?
Gotcha. So certainly scanning of documents for litigation purposes is one reason why there are those kinds of services available from somebody like a BlueStar. You may have a matter that certainly would involve a lot of electronically stored information, whether it's email or documents that reside on your server, any kind of electronic documents. But often there's a population of paper for that matter as well. And so as you're reviewing your electronic documents, you're thinking about, hey, we've got this paper. How are we going to integrate that into our review? Well, you have to scan it, obviously, and in that process, maybe capture some details about that paper collection. And it can be as simple as, hey, we're going to scan it and we'll create PDFs, and then we'll OCR it so the text is searchable, and we'll review it that way. We're only going to run some text searches on our terms here. We'll see what hits we get, and we'll be okay with that. Sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes in litigation, you need more. You want to be able to search those documents, those paper documents, by some of the metadata attributes that you have with electronic files, such as author, recipient, doc date, doc type, doc title, a whole selection of various attributes about documents that you would want to be able to search by. And so document coding would come into play. After you've scanned paper and created these documents, now you can start searching and say, show me all the paper documents that I scanned that were generated by Deirdre. Show me all of the paper documents that fit into this particular date range. All of these things, if you provide coding on the back end of those scanned images, allow you to then search that collection more efficiently. So that's a reason for taking documents that are currently in paper format and converting them and then using them for litigation. There are other applications, other reasons why you would scan paper. We touched on it early on when we said, maybe I just want to have it memorialized. I can't get rid of it. I'm not using it for litigation, but if I ever have to go back to it, then maybe that's once every 3-6 months. But I would love to not have to flip through 55 boxes, right? So now I have my hard drive or my thumb drive, I plug it in, and when I scanned it, I organized it in such a way that I created an index, and maybe I made a few details and notes about the chronological order of those documents and whatever you wanted to be able to search by that you could capture at scan time and then save it to that hard drive. So now you've got a repository of documents that you can go back to and quickly find what you need. The back file conversion is often where you've got these documents that historically companies can't get rid of it, but they don't want to have the expense of either a third-party storage facility, nor do they want to take up real estate in their own office. So there's a lot of different reasons why it's helpful to not have to deal with paper, to scan documents to paper or to digital format.
Excellent. I have a question from another Mike. That's so funny, but he is Mike P. My company is highly regulated under HIPAA and GDPR. Any advice on what policies or procedures we should be implementing in terms of paper? Good question, Mike P. I'm assuming, Mike P, you're in America, but you're dealing with European clients because of the GDPR. So. Right,
and we could take a deep dive and spend the duration of this presentation on just that issue. So I'm going to kind of approach it from a 20,000-foot view and say that, HIPAA and GDPR require organizations to follow guidelines to ensure security measures and best practices are followed to protect the data in their possession. Paper documents, just like ESI, require secure storage and secure handling when they're transferred or processed. Paper documents should be carefully inventoried to account for, accurately account for the collection. And then chain of custody should be used always whenever those documents are in transit or being processed. You have to keep track, you have to know where those documents are at all times. Chain of custody is the recommended way to do that. BlueStar takes it a step further in that when we have a paper project, whether it's being processed, keeping HIPAA in mind or GDPR, we also create what we call a project log so that every step of the way, whether it's in scanning or scan QC, or it's in OCR, or it's in the review to make sure that we captured certain traits about the paper collection, labels on folders that give us an indication of how the paper documents were organized in a box. All these various steps we track at a box level so that one, where your documents are, and two, where they are in this particular project process. So I think that's helpful to the extent that you want to know, okay, it's not the documents aren't at rest anymore. They're in the process of being scanned and imaged. And oh, by the way, boxes 1 through 5 have already been scanned and QC'd. Now we're looking to OCR and capture certain things. Every step of the way where each box is. I think that's important to understand. And as another consideration, again, keeping HIPAA and GDPR in mind, if your paper documents require destruction after they've been processed, in other words, you want to make sure that you've done all of these steps, and now as a part of that process, we're going to destroy the documents and just rely on the electronic collection. You want to make sure that there's a certificate of destruction that memorializes, right? These documents were scanned, processed by BlueStar on this date. These things were done, and then the paper was destroyed in such a way that it cannot be recreated or accessed in any way. The information is securely destroyed from paper. So these are things that I think any of those HIPAA guidelines, GDPR, the idea is to safeguard the information that you have in your possession, whether it's in storage, whether it's in transit, whether it's being processed, or at the end of the day, when you're looking to delete it, destroy it, but then either keep a copy, and maybe sometimes it just means, hey, we're at the end of our retention policy, we can now destroy it and be done with it and get rid of all copies, because we don't want to be liable, nor do we want to expose our clients if it's the end of a retention requirement, we can get rid of it.
Now, does that same principle apply to, because I think about like when I go to the doctor's office, you know how they have, obviously everything's electronically stored, but the doctor gets a folder with, you know, actual paper and pen. And they've got all those files just lined up, you know, and, you know, let's take like a malpractice suit, you know, would medical offices have to comply with the same policy and procedure of storing?
Oh yeah, HIPAA has all kinds of requirements for not just medical, but you think about the financial industry and banks. They have to meet a lot of strenuous requirements in terms of safeguarding their data, whether it's in paper format or electronic format, who can access it, what sort of protective measures are in place. As an example, BlueStar, we have a security presence in the first floor lobby of our building. You can only access the elevators by an employee key card that activates the elevator. Once you get to our floor, there's a mechanical lock. You can't enter our space unless you know the code. And then there are rooms that we lock, storing certain client information. So there are multiple steps in the whole process of just gaining access, number one. And then two, when in this case, paper documents are not at rest, when they're either being shipped or transferred, or for some reason there has to be a shipment, you know, via FedEx. Our chain of custody reflects that it was sent via FedEx tracking number such and such. And then on the other end, when it's received, there's a chain of custody confirming receipt. So every step of the way, you want to be able to account for the security of those documents. You know, medical records is no different. I'm sure that they have to follow very strenuous procedures when it comes to who has access to those documents, what happens after hours when they're locked up, and during the day, you know, who's allowed to access that paper. My doctor walks in with a laptop these days. I haven't seen a paper I haven't seen a paper file of my medical records in years, and I hope I don't. But yeah, that's a good point. You wonder what are the security measures, and I'm sure that, you know, if most reputable medical facilities are following HIPAA, they're HIPAA compliant.
All right, we've got another question here from Jennifer K. My company is hot. Oh no, that was the other one. Sorry. Why would a company use an expensive litigation support vendor to scan their paper when they can just do it themselves or send it to Kinko? Well, Jennifer, you think it's cheaper and easier, but Mike will tell you otherwise.
Well, look, if all you needed was to take, you know, your family photos and get one copy of those color photos, maybe Kinko's or some similar service would be just fine. But if you're an organization, let's just pick I don't want to pick on law firms, but any business that has client records, right? And they say, hey, our client sent this box of documents over. We want a copy for ourselves, right? This is the reason. And we're going to return their original box. And so I just want a copy. I'm going to get Billy here or Susie to go over there to our multifunctional device and start scanning these documents. So usually what they're able to do is scan them, and if they're, well, let's just back up. Here are the steps that should be followed when you're scanning documents, right? They're typically stapled or paper clipped or rubber banded or some combination so that you're designating where to begin and end with a document. You know, it's a 5-page staple, or it's a binder clip section of multiple staple documents. Whatever that is, our guys do what we call document prep. They diligently take apart those documents, scan them, and then put them back together. That's, you know, the document reassembly is important.
Yeah.
And I can't tell you how many projects we get where we get paper that you can tell was once stapled, but there's no staples. And instead you get a stack of paper like this, And we know darn well that that's not one document, but there's no indication now where to begin and end. So it's important that you establish what we call accurate document unitization, right? Where does a document begin? It's a letter from Deirdre to Mike. It's a 3-pager. And it says in the letter, hey, Mike, attached are these 5 attachments, the contracts we were talking about, whatever. So you have a family range, right? It's not common to see that kind of document relationship captured in-house at your office by, your administrative assistant or what have you. They're looking to just scan those, get the paper turned into a PDF, and then hopefully reassemble the paper and get it back to the client. So we have operators at BlueStar that would prep the paper, scan it, QC it to make sure they got an accurate image. It wasn't skewed, that it wasn't blurred. They got the whole thing. And then they would make sure that the unitation was correct. It was a 3-page letter followed by 5 attachments. Each attachment is a standalone document, but it's a family. So there's a relationship there. It's called an attachment range. Doubtful that companies have the sophistication to do that kind of thing. It's not a slight against the employees. They just don't have the program or the software that we have to accomplish that, right? And then, once you've done that, then reassemble all that and make it look exactly like it was when it arrived in that box. These are things that they're limitations that probably don't happen in the office, but would happen at a place like BlueStar.
Yeah, the office, I would imagine it's not going to look professional like it would, with a vendor like BlueStar. You're getting
the considerations for security and if somebody gets interrupted, do they just leave it there at the workstation and then run off to answer a phone call? And who knows, somebody else comes up to use that station. You know what? I got to make a quick copy, move everything out of the way, do their thing. I mean, you want to use someone who's going to focus on this as the only priority, right? And then on the back end, is that all you need is a PDF? Or would you like to have more information about those documents? Like the 12 folders that were in that box that gave an indication of the way it was organized. And that, these 27 documents in this first folder have to do with the Deirdre deal. And then the following folder is, the Mike Gantz deal, and so on and so forth. If you're not capturing the folder information, which is hard to do, if possible at all, on a scanning multifunctional device, you're not going to capture those other nuances. So this is why you look to a BlueStar to do something like this, because one, we can focus just on the project, get it right. That's all these guys do. They're very good at it. But on the back end, there's more detail that can be added to make that scanned collection even more valuable in terms of the information you can glean from it.
Not to mention that our production room is pretty impressive.
Well, again, if this is all you do, then you have hopefully have an expertise that you've developed over the years that separates you from. This is why I promise you that you won't get that level of into the weeds capture of information at and I'm not picking on Kinko's, but at a commercial self-serve, or get a little bit of help from the guy behind the counter who, oh, by the way, is also shipping stuff UPS and USPS and who knows. They got a multiple services that they're providing. So
paper is not dead. A lot of people say, oh, paper's prehistoric, paper's on its way out. A lot of people are not doing paper, which is just silly because, I mean, better than anybody, paper is still highly in demand. It's not.
It is. Yeah. And I even see, it's kind of funny. I had a law firm we were working with that we had collected a lot of electronically stored information, email and so on, put it into a review database, a web-hosted review database, only for me to get a call from the named partner one day saying, Mike, I've got some of our clients are coming into town. We're going to have them in our conference room here, and we're going to want them to review these documents. And I thought, okay, we'll give them a license so that they can log in and have access to a specific folder to review the documents. Nope. This particular partner said, nope, I want you to print everything, put them in binders. That way these guys can go through them and they can highlight them. Certainly you could do all these things and accomplish those same tasks in a digital environment, but they wanted paper.
Nice.
The courts still, require paper often when it comes to certain kinds of filings. So there's definitely a demand out there still for paper format. So, I don't think we could provide all of the services that we should provide to our clients without having this paper capability.
And no location is too far away, obviously, within the United States. I mean, our concentrated areas, Chicago, and then branching out to the Midwest. But we do take, paper from the coasts and the South.
Oh, yeah. And at the end of the day, it might be more efficient to perform the scanning of the documents locally. For example, let's say that there's a need in San Francisco. Someone could scan those documents. They'd be made available to us via an electronic file transfer protocol. And then we do all the back end work. We OCR them, we QC it to make sure that the images were captured correctly. And perhaps they even want logical unitization. This is when the paper doesn't have any binding elements, any physical binding elements. So we can't really rely on, okay, where does a document really begin and end? Just send us those documents. And then we have a team that will actually go through page by page and say, this was a letter. Here's where it begins and ends. That's one standalone document. Here's a contract. It's paginated 1 to 25. There's another. So we logically unitize the paper, the images that have been scanned. In that process, we also apply what we call attachment ranges. I gave the example of the letter with the 5 attachments. That's a family. So we would do that electronically. There's a lot of back-end work. The field coding is another example. We want to capture document type, document date, title. We also want to capture people, the authors mentioned. Often a familiar request will be, we want to capture organizations too, Mike. So we don't want to just capture Deirdre Sorego. We want to capture BlueStar. So any mention of BlueStar that's not associated with you or me, but there might be, and this lends itself to, hey, here's a custodian that is associated with BlueStar. We had no idea. We weren't even looking at that custodian. So capturing fields on the back end, to your point about being able to scan locally and then have the back end work done, that's something that we do quite often.
I've got a good question from Tina. I have closets and closets full of paper that was preserved for various reasons, but I have no idea what's on it specifically. That worries me when we receive a legal hold. How can I preserve something that I don't know where it is? No, I'm sorry. Something that I don't know is there. Is it better that I don't know what's there so I don't have to produce potentially damaging information? Ooh.
Yes, you should hide your head in the sand. No.
Way, or do I take the bull head on? What do I do?
So you have these paper closets and closets of paper, but nobody's inventoried it. No one knows what's there.
Nobody wants to.
Most companies probably have, and if they don't, they should have it. What we call a retention policy, right? So that they say, hey, if it's old, let's just use a number like 10 years or older, we need to get rid of it because it's a liability. So you have to there's a painful process of someone has to get their arms around that collection and say, even at 20,000 feet, here's what's there. So as an example, if I were given this responsibility, I would have those 20 boxes sent to BlueStar, and then we would do an inventory and say, okay, it looks like at least somebody had it chronologically organized, to some degree. Usually that's the case, but not always. But we can identify, hey, this box had from April of 2001 to August of 2001. And the next box had, you know, whatever the following dates were, or whatever it might be. You never know what you're going to get. We've actually received boxes where it truly looked like someone took one of those big plastic bins that you can buy at these stores, and then with the lids, and just threw the documents in there. I literally got a project like that. So we spent the time to organize it and say, okay, this looks a lot better than what we received it. You got to spend the time to organize it, because what you'll do is say, okay, now we have a better idea of what we have. And guess what? We found a lot of stuff older than 2010. Well, it's 2021. We should be able to get rid of anything older than 2010. So now you've taken your 50 boxes down to 25. Now you need to at least think about what's the next thing. Our retention policy says that you know, at any given time, we may have to pull up the records of all the deals that we did, right? All the acquisitions we had, whatever it might be, all the contracts. Well, somebody has to go through there, identify those contracts. Now, if you wanted your paper back, I guess we could put those little flags of various colors that said a yellow flag is a contract and a red flag is one that was a draft of a contract, and a green flag was the one that was actually executed. Instead of all of that, let's scan it. Let's scan it, organize it, identify, you know, details. If it's bibliographic coding fields about those documents, now you really know what you have. Yes, it's an upfront expense, but you've gotten rid of what you didn't need to have in those closets. You've minimized it to just the stuff that's critical. And in the process of scanning and capturing some information, now you're in a position of power. Now you understand what you have, and you know that, hey, guess what? In 2022, I can get rid of another year,
Right.
or whatever it might be. But there's no dodging the fact that there is a painful step that has to be done. You just can't ignore it, because the worst case scenario, and isn't it Murphy's Law, the one and only time that this litigation comes up and you're investigated, they say, oh, no, you have to produce all the paper. And you do, and you end up producing 7 years of stuff that you wouldn't have had to produce had you not had it.
So Tina, definitely follow Mike's advice. I hope that helped you. If you want to talk to Mike more in depth, you can always find him on LinkedIn, Michael Gantz, Gantz, and he will be more than happy to kind of dive into that more if you want. We did get some email questions that people that were not able to attend. So these are being recorded, and we will post these sessions up on BlueStar's website, www.bluestarcs.com, sometime next week. So you can always go back and see your question being answered. Okay, so this one is from Paul L. And it's now that most companies have at least some people working remotely, is paper still relevant in today's litigation landscape? We just kind of covered that, but I'll let you go back and dive in.
Sure. Well, true that, there's a lot of organizations that have and have actually encouraged remote working. I don't know that has minimized the amount of paper or changed the volume. Certainly it's become more of a challenge. I have heard of some firms that think about all their incoming mail or the incoming FedEx packages or documents that arrive on a daily basis or a weekly basis, whatever it is, or clients that have a paper collection that needs to be delivered to their law firm or organization that needs access to those records. It still has to get to you. Let's just say you are the organization that you're expecting files from your client. So it arrives now, despite the fact that maybe, if anything, you're at a disadvantage because you don't have as many folks at your workplace that are in a position to do anything with that paper. I've heard of a lot of firms that are having the documents scanned and made available on a server for access to remote workers, right? And so they have a system or a process that says, hey, here's all of your correspondence that arrived yesterday. This is the US mail stuff. Here's the FedEx stuff. And here's some stuff that came in, you know, however they organize it, by client or whatever it might be. I think there's still a need for, or maybe more of a need now, for how do we efficiently manage the incoming paper, and whether that's just the routine stuff that arrives on a daily, weekly, monthly basis, but also who's at the home office taking care of our client needs, because our clients still have a bunch of paper.
Yeah.
And so I think, unless I'm wrong, that challenge hasn't gone away. If anything, maybe it's become a little more of a challenge, because the firms that I hear that are asking their employees to work remotely tend to have a minimum presence in, whether that's your mailroom or your copy center or your administrative services center, for people taking care of that stuff. So I think, if anything, there might be a bigger need for utilizing an outside resource or a partner like BlueStar.
Excellent. We've got another emailed question. Okay, and this one is from, I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, so I apologize in advance. Brigid, B-R-I-G-E-D, Brigid or Brigid, not sure, I'll say it both ways. Okay, what are the biggest mistakes that corporations make in terms of paper preservation and discovery?
Wow, well, here's what I learned, having dealt with a number of in-house counsel and law firms. And it was kind of a very staggering number, a statistic. And it wasn't just my experience, but what I had seen in the industry, that of those companies that have a retention policy, where they've actually put into writing, hey, whether it's our ESI, electronically stored information, or our paper, or whatever, you know, intellectual property information we have, our retention policy says this, and whatever that might be. Let's just say after 5 years, it goes to storage. After 10 years, we delete it. 60% of the organizations out there that have a retention policy don't follow it. 60%. I had as a client a large, well-known hospital organization in Chicago that asked us to come in and provide what we call a litigation readiness assessment. And in that process, we were able to identify areas where, you know, who's responsible for this, who's responsible for that, you know, medical records, doctor's notes, all kinds of information, paper. They had implemented a litigation hold, and somebody at some level forgot to take the hold off for 2 years.
Oh my
So
God.
now you've been saving all of this information that normally would push through into your retention policy and say, okay, we can delete this now or store it or what have you. And so this is an example of, if you've got a retention policy, that's the first thing, is you have to have a retention policy. And then you have to have somebody who's assigned to making sure internally that your company follows it. And that is as it applies to electronic records and paper, certainly. That's probably the biggest mistake I've seen, is that companies, organizations, if they have a retention policy, chances are half of them or better don't follow it. So that, for me, that would be issue number one. Issue number two then is, are you following best practices, whether you're HIPAA or GDPR regulated or not? Are you following best practices as it relates to, you know, your client's information or your own information? What happens to employees that leave? What does HR do with those records? Are they in paper format? Where are those records? When do you purge them? who has access to those records. So the whole idea of protecting your information, there's a lot of loopholes there. And so I would say those two things. If you don't have a retention policy, get one. And if you do, follow it and assign somebody that it's their responsibility to once a year, every 6 months, or whatever that routine is, to say, hey, it's that time again, guys. Let's get rid of the stuff we don't need because it's a liability. And if you don't have it organized in such a way that it's easily accessible, then come up with a plan, like scan your paper to image or whatever that plan is. Any plan is better than no plan. And the next best step is have a plan and then follow that plan.
Follow through, follow through, follow through.
Right.
Well, we've got about next 5 minutes. Is there anything that topics trending, forecasting of paper, anything you want to touch on before we say goodbye?
I think, more recently, and certainly some parties a little longer than others have come to the whole, hey, let's reduce our carbon footprint on the planet. Let's stop killing forests of trees of paper. And I think we've seen that trend. Think about if you've been in business as long as I have, for example, where it was all paper, right? Where there was no email. So there was just documents and memos, and correspondence was always in paper. So I think we've made big gains in that regard. But even now, where you still have paper and you're thinking, I think at some point, what's going to be the more efficient way to manage these documents? I can't think of too many examples where paper is better than electronic. For efficiency's sake, for cost, for recall, for review, for any number of reasons, if you have a large collection of paper, take a look at it. If you don't have it indexed and organized in such a way that you can immediately say, what I want is in box 27A. If you don't have that, you need to make it happen. And then a step further, do I need to keep this paper, or should I think about organizing it and converting it to a digital format so that I can be more efficient and save money eventually, especially if you have to hang on to it for a long time. I think if organizations take a look at what they do today, what is happening in the paper world of their organization, they could probably find a lot of ways to be more efficient. And we can help with that.
Absolutely, we can.
Right.
I miss the Chicago background. I used to see that when I would come to, before the pandemic hit, when I would I'd borrow an office, and that was my view. So I like to see it. It's nice to see it. I miss Chicago, but I miss all you guys in the office. I miss seeing everybody in person again. I was new to this industry before the pandemic hit, so I was just starting to go to events and get to know people's, faces, put names to the faces, and not now. So now we have to do this Zoom. So it's nice.
Well, hopefully it'll come back.
I hope so.
I was just out of town last week, and I don't know if you've flown recently, but I see a lot more people traveling. I see a lot more, everybody's masked, of course, but I think we're seeing a trend of some return to in-person, not so much in meetings and in business settings, but we're doing the best we can. This is the next best thing, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I thank you so much for your time. This was our session with Paper Services with Mike. We'll get 2 minutes. Thanks again, Mike. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thanks, Deirdre. Bye.
Who doesn't love the Bee Gees? Hey, Dave. How are you?
Good.
Good. Well, welcome back, everybody. This is our final session, and it's going to be a great session because everybody wants to know about artificial intelligence and document review, and you're going to get a great education from one of our experts. So this session obviously is artificial intelligence and document review with David Eyman. A little bit about David. David is an attorney. and he has been practicing law for the past 20 years. David handles all sides and aspects of eDiscovery as both an attorney and an IT professional. And David is also responsible for managing BlueStar's advanced analytic powered solutions, among other things. And David is our director of legal technology. So welcome, welcome. I'm happy to have you here.
Happy to be here.
Excellent. Yes, this is our final stage of eDiscovery Day. BlueStar has decided to join our community in some free education. I hope everybody's not burnt out and tired of all of the festivities that have been going on all week and all day today, on top of trying to do your normal workload. With that said, all of these sessions are being recorded, so they will be posted sometime in the near future, on BlueStar's website, and they'll also be on our YouTube channel as well. All right, David, do you want to talk a little bit about sort of who you are, how you got here, and what you do at BlueStar, a little bit more than what I just said?
Sure. I, as Deidre said, I am an attorney. I started my career as an associate at a boutique law firm doing insurance subrogation work. So, involved a little bit of eDiscovery in its, infant days, where we were actually directly scanning documents into a small platform. And since then had moved on to full-fledged large reviews until finally ending up at BlueStar, where I manage our legal technology, any document review we do have, and general other just project manager duties.
Excellent. So I don't know if you want to just touch upon a little bit of, for those that are very new to the industry, or have switched gears and are now actually going to be approaching this for their career, what exactly is artificial intelligence, and touch a little bit exactly on what document review is and the importance of it.
Yeah, so for eDiscovery and document review, AI, is still in its infant stages right now. A lot of platforms out there don't consider themselves AI yet, or would market themselves as AI. So, in most cases, for document review purposes, the AI tools will be powered by natural language processing. So that's, pretty much when, your Alexa or Siri, where it's a system that beyond just the analytics and algorithms, it's learning what the language, is saying within your workspace, within your case, as Alexa learns your voice and what you like and everything else. It's similar to that, but within your workspace for your matter.
Excellent. So we've got some questions coming in. I will start with the first one. This is an interesting one. Is AI the same thing as TAR? TAR is technology assisted review.
No, they wouldn't be the same thing. TAR is a process that doesn't need AI, but as AI is making its way into the software in the industry, TAR is going to be utilizing that AI to assist your review, whether it's through continuous active learning and identifying what should be next up in the queue, or doing more of an actual, as Story Engine calls it, cosmic training, and trying to eliminate review by scoring your documents.
Excellent. So, and what are some of the pain points that people would have possibly with using AI and TAR?
TAR, the original TAR 1.0 workflow, the technology was new. It took a lot of, kind of QC iterations, sampling of certain large documents. It was pretty clunky. It's definitely getting better, whether it's, something like Story Engine that's more along true AI, but even Relativity's continuous active learning, and Brainspace's continuous active learning is making the process much more simple. It's generally considered TAR 2.0. A lot of that QC work is, simpler to handle through illusion testing, rather than, segmenting certain portions of a document to tell the system you need to pay more attention to this. It's a lot more automated at this point. Most of the pain points I think for people are just their lack of experience with any of the newer products. It's getting pretty acceptable by the courts. When these newer products first were coming out, like Story Engine and BrainSpace, you'd get a lot of battles between the parties, in front of the judges, where one party, for various reasons, a lot of times beyond actually the quality of the technology, if you can provide a pain point on your opponent that they have to incur all this costs, through a standard review that they now don't have to incur by using, some sort of technology assisted review. So some people are going to fight that, but you don't see that as often anymore, since it is getting pretty standard and accepted by most of the courts.
Okay, excellent. We have a question here in the chat room. What's the difference between CAL, TAR, advanced analytics versus AI processing?
CAL and TAR are basically the same. It's a difference in your workflow for the most part, and how you're going to handle it. CAL is used to kind of streamline your review in most cases. So you're still probably going to go through most, if not all, of your documents in your matter that you've already identified, either by search terms or whatnot. Where TAR, your goal is to try to eliminate review by training up the system, getting your scores, and then making them defensible, so that you can say we're stopping.
Great. David, your audio went really, really low.
Any better?
A little bit better, yeah.
Might just have turned my head too much. But yeah, so CAL is, you're probably going to review most of the documents, if not all. TAR is going to try to attempt to reduce your document review.
Okay. And then I have another question here. This is coming in from an email. This is coming in from John L. Why should AI be used and when? Is it the size of the matter, the complexity of it? Does it actually save you money on review? Are there other benefits?
AI usually goes hand in hand with your standard analytics. So size, it's getting better and better where it's very effective even on smaller matters. Obviously if you're 5,000-10,000 documents, you start getting, is it worth the time? I've used it on matters as small as 20,000-25,000 documents. So, like a paralegal and one associate were able to burn through those and not need contract attorneys. And they saved a good, 25-30% off their documents that they actually reviewed. The bigger, the better, sure. You're going to get much more obvious benefit out of that if you're using AI in a TAR 2.0 workflow to totally cut out reviewing documents. We've used it on larger matters where privilege was not an issue whatsoever. And, it was a type of matter where kind of a doc dump was acceptable. And, the attorneys had one person go in there, train it up. They weren't even worried about defensibility, and they didn't review 90% of their documents in, where they ended up producing something like 200,000 or 300,000 documents. So it really, it's always going to save you money. It just really kind of depends on, what you're comfortable with, what, if you expect any pushback from opposing counsel. If you haven't discussed it with them, don't bring it up unless you're forced to. But it's generally accepted nowadays. So if you want to use it, you should make an attempt to use it.
Excellent. All right, I've got one here from an anonymous attendee. Oh, they don't want to be named.
Well, then we know who that is. Okay.
I know, right? We're like, who could that be? God knows. Okay, so where do you see the most indifference for using AI? Law firms or at corporations?
Definitely. But I know there's law firms out there that actually use it extensively, if not, try to use it on everything. But in general, it's the law firms. They don't want to give up some of those billable hours. Or either not, very familiar with eDiscovery to begin with, so they don't quite realize what those savings could be. You might even see some of those fight against just basic threading. There's plenty of law firms out there that have accepted it, but that's where you get the biggest pushback, or the upfront cost, depending on the product. Sometimes the client just doesn't can't wrap their head around, wait, I got to pay for this. But not really seeing all those 150, 250, once you start talking about associates and higher, an hour that you'd be billed, being reduced by using threading or analytics.
All right, we have another one. This is coming from Greg, not our Greg, but another Greg. How long have you been using AI? When did most legal departments start to accept it, or is it not readily accepted? Interesting.
I mean, its use is accepted. We kind of just touched on a little bit, why some people haven't accepted it yet. Generally, they freak at an upfront cost or trying to protect some billable hours. The more modern AI, stuff that's either considering themselves AI or getting closer to it, that's been out for 6 or 7 years now. TAR's been around for much longer. So it's pretty well established at this point, as a normal part of eDiscovery, where, when I first started, 15 years ago, probably when Relativity first came out, you'd have parties battling over if that's acceptable to be used because the technology was so new. And we're just talking simple processing or threading. So a lot of that's kind of not battled about as much anymore, if that often.
Well, that's good that it's now become, socially acceptable among the legal field, among, the legal industry. That's a good thing. All right, so this one's coming from Mari Carr, and it's, this is a fun one. I've always wanted, I should have asked you this question like years ago, because I've always wanted to know this. Have you seen AI find the smoking gun? And if so, how fast did that happen? And if so, can you tell us like what the context, like what the case of the matter was and the smoking gun? Because I find that's just so interesting.
Yeah, one of our first matters actually had, law firm, a good client of ours calls us up. All right, you've been, telling us about the story engine, this and that and everything else. Client of ours, a whole department, 15 people up and left to go start a competing business. And we got it was literally, I think, Christmas Eve, the 24th, that got dated to us on the 26th. They were looking to file an injunction as quick as possible. And, I think we got it processed by the next morning, the 27th. They told us they're like, well, you guys start, look, this is what we're looking for. And I mean, literally that same morning, we were able to find one of the employees emailing to himself their business plan and their loan request that they were making with the banker, the same day. So, whether you're using it for that smoking gun purpose or reducing, I've never seen it go horribly wrong that you might have seen back in the TAR point or 1.0 days. Every matter we've used it on was at a minimum successful at reducing, costs by quite a bit.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to go to some email. There are some chat room questions still, but I just want to make sure we hit up the email people because they were unable to make it today. So hopefully they will watch it on the website or on YouTube so they can get their answer to their question. Okay, so Oh, this is an interesting one. Are corporations, oh, I should probably say who this is from. This is from Jerry B. Thank you, Jerry B, for your question. Are corporations using outsourced document reviewers before they involve outside counsel? Should they be?
It really depends on the matter. I've seen them use it for internal investigations when they don't quite know if they want to or need to pursue something. I've definitely, we've had corporate clients where they've done that. Some like to handle a lot. I know there's some companies out there where their in-house attorneys will often handle even court calls and things of that nature. So there's some out there that, again, if it's something that they think they can handle themselves, they'll contract directly for contract attorneys before hitting up outside counsel. Now, beyond that internal investigation or something small that you're going to handle, if this is going to be big, or you're just waiting before you reach out to your outside counsel, I don't know if that's necessarily worth it unless you're just looking for some specific things for internal purposes, because you don't know what the discovery is, going to lead, what road it's going to lead down to. You might have your opinion of what the case, involves, but that doesn't mean opposing is going to agree with that, and you might end up wasting a lot of time reviewing stuff that's ultimately ends up being not relevant to the actual proceeding.
I have a question for you, and I don't know if it's relevant to you, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Have you ever been an expert witness in a trial? Have you ever called?
I'll say thankfully no. I was
Fun process. Come on.
actually early on at BlueStar, I was nearly an expert witness. They had me in court. They had me prepping the night before till all hours of the night, and I sat there for.
Just go closer to your microphone. There you go. Sorry.
Sat in court for 3 or 4 hours, and then they decided opposing didn't need them to bring the expert witness out. So that was the closest I've gotten. But I happened to do a couple depositions. That's a little less as an expert, but those are interesting in a little bit different manner, because each time opposing wasn't aware that I was an attorney and that I actually practiced at one point. So they kind of got a little frustrated that, I know how depositions work and everything else.
They were hoping to get you, but they're like, this guy knows what he's doing. Oh no, he's got a heads up.
So,
Well, I've got a question from Lee. It says, does AI, sorry, this is my 6th and final session. I'm sorry if I get a little cuckoo towards the end, but my brain's a little frying a little bit. So all this knowledge, my brain can't take any more knowledge. It's overflowing. Does AI do a good job for IP litigation matters? If so, why? I like that question. Thank you, Lee, for that question.
Kind of depends on what route you're going with your IP litigation, but we've used it on there. So much, IP, if you start talking about, you're actually talking designs and everything else. Some of the products out there are trying to incorporate their AI to better help assist for IP, and specifically for IP. But no, we've used it on IP matters, and it definitely helps. These softwares are taking in, a good anywhere from 20 to 30 different kind of, just say for this purpose, fields of information, whether it's the metadata, the actual text, the language, the email interaction and everything else, that it's pretty rare when AI isn't going to be able to help you on any type of matter.
Okay. I'm going to pop over to an email question. Okay. This one's from Barbara J. People talk about applying AI to their data, but what does that really mean? Is it a platform like Relativity? If so, which are the best AI platforms to be using?
Right. So Relativity is on its way to have its own AI product, I would say, but it isn't necessarily Relativity itself. At this point, NextLP is the main one out there, marketing themselves as AI. I think Text IQ is actually using natural language processing. And I know we've taken a look at a couple other smaller platforms that are utilizing that as well. And those are the ones that are getting closer or actually do kind of market themselves as AI. BrainSpace, which Reveal now owns both BrainSpace and Story Engine, and kind of the field we're seeing in the offices, they're trying to put the AI power of Story Engine behind the kind of user accepted and well-liked user interface of BrainSpace. So I just feel they're probably trying to meld those two together into one product that they might even end up rebranding both of those. But BrainSpace is, a near AI solution, as well as Relativity's analytics and continuous active learning solution. So they're all on the cusp of AI in some ways, and for each in their own, they're pretty good solutions and definitely much better solutions than going back, as we've mentioned, TAR 1.0 workflows.
Excellent. All right. Here is a good question from the chat room. Can AI find images you looking for, or only word-based, only docs?
As far as I know, no one quite has an imaging solution on the market. I know Story Engine's been frantically kind of trying to develop it, and has not incorporated that into the product yet. What we saw of it looked pretty impressive, pretty good. There's definitely other AI out there, and not necessarily in the legal field, that is, doing work, particularly with images. Just as far as eDiscovery.
Can't hear you again. Sorry.
Right. As far as eDiscovery goes, I don't think there's a product out there that has gotten it fully incorporated yet.
And then, I have a very a great question here from an email. What is an AI workflow?
Yeah, so it's the AI workflow is do you want to incorporate that in your review workflow? And if so, it's really just deciding what you're comfortable with. Whether it's that continuous active learning that we've discussed, or actually using the TAR 2.0 to reduce review. And so, it's standard processing into a platform like Relativity. They have their own processing as well. You could use any of these products kind of as a standalone as well. And you then have some of your more experienced subject matter experts, meaning your associates or a partner, preferably, that end up training the system, building out your control set, and then, ultimately going through illusion testing, which is kind of your QC, to get your numbers lined up right and making it defensible, and with the hope of eliminating a large portion of the review. It doesn't, for the lawyers, paralegals and stuff, other than learning a new system, it doesn't necessarily really change anything in kind of what their workflow experience would be. It's more that background processing power that's applied to help reduce hours.
Here's a technical one. Okay, have you located documents that were codified about nefarious activity for a crime? If so, is there a pattern on how to best locate fraudulent activity? Ooh.
I haven't had a matter working on a criminal matter yet with it. But well, yeah, those wouldn't be criminal, but yeah, so don't have hands-on experience. Story Engine though itself, that's part of their AI and getting into more advanced investigatory tools. It does rank all the documents based on sentiment. So it's got negative sentiment. It's the Cressy triangle, I believe, is what it's based off of, which is was groundbreaking philosophy put out in the 70s, and that is actually what a portion of what we used in the other example, while not criminal, to find that document that jumped out at us when the department was leaving to start up their competition. So yeah, depends on the product, but Story Engine, that's kind of built in. They're identifying that stuff right off the bat. It weighs, okay, we see after hours or people sending emails to themselves or personal email address. So all that stuff's going in there to pre-score. And, if that's the type of info you're looking for in matter, it's just a couple clicks to bring back the ones that are instantly tagged as, identified as most likely to be, something nefarious.
So now I have a question for you. So when you do find that nefarious, info, data, or the smoking gun, I mean, on a personal note here, is it gratifying when when you've done the work and you're kind of like, dude, I just helped them win their case, like that, like this piece, like when I give them this little nugget, they're going to be like, yeah, it's gratifying. Yeah. You got to feel a little like,
that first one that we discussed, definitely, because the product was new. We were one of the first companies to kind of go bring it in full-fledged, and we had seen we had been given all the demos. We'd been given from Next LP at the time the background, and here's what we've seen. And yeah, it was definitely a bit of a thrill to have that happen on one of our early matters. But after that, it's you almost find it to the other degree when you don't find a smoking gun.
Yeah.
And they decide, well, we're gonna have to dig deeper, and they still don't find the smoking gun. That almost validates us just as much that there's nothing there, and there was nothing there. So like I said, it's we've always been, us and our clients have been very pleased with the results. So to a certain degree, it's almost like we've moved on beyond that point of being thrilled every time something like that happens, because we're the confidence in the software is just there now.
All right, so somebody wants to know, what trends do you see for AI in legal?
Well, anyone in actually as a paralegal or office manager or attorneys, you guys this is eDiscovery. I know you guys have to use a lot more legal-based software out there for various other portions of your business that, from what I see, a lot of people are out there throwing AI for just document management, contract management, this or that, programs out there. So, I mean, it's going to just keep growing. It's not just the legal field, it's going to be a way of life. I mean, as Deidre and I were prepping for this yesterday, I'm yelling at my Alexa, and her Alexa's getting triggered. I mean, so you're seeing its use all over. It's only going to get stronger and stronger. As far as eDiscovery, in particular, I think everyone was freaking out 5-10 years ago on the document review side, going, they're not going to need anyone to do doc review anymore or anything else. And while it does drastically reduce, on a particular matter, what you need to review if you use it. The same, I don't see it reducing it that much in the need for contract attorneys or anything else, because at the same time, everything that it's helping you, cut out of your review, all those companies are generating 2, 3, 4 times as much data that's relevant and has to at least be processed and searched and potentially go into that review. So that's just one more reason why more people need to be utilizing the AI workflows, because the data just keeps growing.
Yeah, and it's going to continue. I mean, if you just think about, like, even we were talking yesterday and, your Alexa, my Alexa went off. AI is everywhere. I mean, LinkedIn, I mean, Facebook, everything we're on. I mean, right now, it's just AI is, you can't escape it. Where there's AI or there's data, where there's data, there's work. This is a good technical one. What is your favorite AI feature for litigation? ECA, early case assessment, categorization of docs, QC, or PRIV document review? All of them. Why pick?
of themselves aren't necessarily part of the AI process, but anything that keeps me actually out of having to review and QC documents, that's my favorite parts. My favorite part nowadays is having team leads and other review project managers, so I don't have to do that work.
There you go. Having colleagues. Yes. Okay. So let's read one from an email. There is a lot of buzz about AI, but how often do people actually use AI in their matters? Do you feel like it's being used more often, or should we expect to see it? Oh, we kind of just answered that.
Kind of did.
Okay. So you know what? Reference that answer. We'll move on to the next one. Okay, should or can corporations be applying AI to their data prior to review collection? How would they do so?
A lot already do. Story Engine has kind of, actually kind of what they started with and built off was for that purpose. And then they kind of segued into eDiscovery afterwards. So, they've got connections where, depending, what your need is, that basically real time is probably a little bit too strong, but nightly, is set up directly in their internal system, and nightly runs and scores and, has settings that let them send notices that, hey, you had, 4 questionable, highly questionable emails going out by this, person at 8 at night, based, whatever you set up your notifications to be. So that's already being used. And I know there's, financial industries and other industries are using AI products for the same purpose, but not necessarily as a legal or connected to eDiscovery legal tool.
All right, here's one. Assuming BlueStar uses Relativity for hosting, how does AI compare to Relativity analytics?
Basic analytics, we've used Relativity analytics, we've used Story Engine for that, we've used BrainSpace for that. I think they're all pretty comparable for your threading purposes, your clustering purposes, everything else. But we definitely, when we want to do continuous active learning or TAR 2.0, we're Story Engine based. As I mentioned earlier, BrainSpace, since Reveal bought both BrainSpace and Story Engine, I think that's going to be merged into one product. So, kind of hard to say when they're basically the same product at this point now, or soon to be, make a distinction between the two of them. From the bigger players, they're all, standard analytics they're all very similar. I think NextLP does have that natural language processing and closest to AI advantage out there. There's a lot of smaller, newer.
Oh, just go closer to the microphone again. Yeah, sorry.
There's a lot of smaller, newer, options out there that say they're using, natural language processing or have that similar workflow. And, I haven't really seen enough of it or know people that have given me an opinion on it, how accurate and how good some of those other products are.
All right. Okay, so you know what? This one's interesting about people, now that we're, I guess, working from home more than we normally have been. Is it safe to use remote viewers? How can we know that the reviewers are implementing secure practices when reviewing my documents at home?
Yeah, I mean, that's really up to you, whether it's the firm or the company, how in depth you want to go. I know a lot of I know of some, at least, document review, staffing companies that are supplying their own laptops. So it's got all their standard security things on there. It's going to be VPN'd in or direct, however they got it set up. So it, those bigger staffing companies are taking those steps to do that. Others, I don't know if they, just if you're using your own laptop, but you have to, download the Citrix or go in through our VPN and they're trying to secure it that way. And, that's going to be, through firms or places that have, a much more robust IT department and that they can handle setting that up. So, those are the different ways it's kind of being addressed currently. But, general consensus, I would say is between the staffing companies and even, most of the law firms are still remote with a lot of their employees anyways, that was a pleasant surprise how smoothly the transition made. And, if anything, it's probably like in a lot of, businesses out there, they've seen, some increase in production when things are made easier on these types of reviews, So I've heard of only good things about the transition to, remote reviews.
Excellent. All right. We have 3 more questions. Why do you think attorneys are hesitant to use AI? Was TAR 1.0 that cumbersome that it spoiled it for a second and third look?
As we discussed earlier, billable hours is definitely a portion of it. Not used to eDiscovery in general, let alone the AI, is the other driving point. I would say yes, TAR 1.0 was that cumbersome, but surprisingly, the people that jumped on TAR 1.0 were the more techie types of people, whether it was lit support teams or the lawyers themselves, that were eager to use that. And while it was cumbersome, they're always eager to embrace the next best thing. Mm-hmm. So the people that I hear griping the most about TAR 1.0 are probably actually using AI more than anyone else out there. So, I'm sure there's a few people out there that had a horrible TAR 1.0 experience and they're like, yeah, we're just sticking with the linear.
Forever, never use it again.
But I would say that's a minority. The minority is all eager, or the majority of those bad experiences with 1.0 are eager to try out and get a good experience with the next gen, gen software out there.
Awesome. All right, let's eeny, meeny, miny, moe on these last 2. Okay, can you use AI for any data intense matter, or is it only for litigation and investigations?
At least through the eDiscovery options out there right now. If you're saying data as far as, stuff that's a lot of numerical data, financial data, it's going to struggle with. It's not quite there. They'll potentially can work with a client directly to maybe customize a couple things for a specific matter and specific use. But it's at this point, it's still text-based, language-based for the most part. But anything involving that text and language, any matter of any type, it's we've seen it be useful for.
All right. Have you had a sole practitioner use AI, or was it mostly used by law firms? It's kind of a repeat question, but that.
A little twist on it. I don't know exactly about a sole practitioner. We've definitely had very small law firms use it where, they might only have a handful of attorneys or a few partners, a few associates. It definitely would be advantageous to a sole practitioner. I'm sure if they were willing to put in the time, because a lot of our team consultants out there. Oh yeah, I pass. They have certain clients they've met. Whether through paper or whatever. Yeah, I pass up on those types of matters. It's just me. I don't want to do document review. I don't want, and they're talking. Oh, it was probably going to be 30,000 documents. I didn't want to take that case. So, I mean, it's definitely potential matters that a small practitioner could be missing out that they could definitely use it for.
That's silly. That's silly to miss out on that, but their choice. All right, it is now, well, for me, it's 1:40. For you guys, it's 3:40. And for New York, it's 4:40. And for Europe, I don't even know what time it is for you guys. You guys should be in bed by now. Or it's Friday night. You should be going out. So, Dave, I want to thank you so much. But before we leave, real quick, rapid fire question: Cubs or White Sox?
Sox.
No offense, Cub people. How to ask, how to end this whole entire day of education with something fun, right? A little levity. I want to thank everybody, Blue Star, and all of the experts today. We want to thank you so very much for being a part of our community. We appreciate you. We need you, and we hope that we can stay in your community and continue to help you. We were honored today to give you a day of education. We hope you found this informative and helpful. And Dave, thank you again so much. Blue Star, please go to our website and probably the end of next week, www.bluestarcs.com. We will be posting these sessions. There will also be a YouTube link where you can go to our YouTube channel to watch any of our educational webinars from the past. So thank you again, and thank you for being with us. Have a happy and healthy weekend, and we'll see you all Monday in the office and on LinkedIn. Bye.
Thanks everyone.
Bye. Thanks, Dave.